Jacqueline, can you hear us?
Test 1, 2,
Yes,
3,
I
4,
can. Can you hear me?
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Jacqueline, can you speak?
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, wait. Okay, try now. Okay, I can hear you through my computer. We're checking to see if we can hear you through the room. Just a second.
Sure, no problem.
Can she hear this?
Can you hear us?
Is she hearing this microphone? 1, 2, 3, 4,
I can
5.
hear you. Yes.
Mhm. Jacqueline, can you hear them counting in the room?
1, 2,
Yes, I can
3,
hear him
4,
counting.
5, 6.
Let's try one more time.
1,
Can you hear
2,
them talking?
1,
Yes,
2,
I can.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You hear the
Yep.
counting?
Yes, I do.
Yes. My computer speaker wasn't on. That's what you didn't hear. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll
Gotcha.
be back 9:30.
Okay. Did you want to test the presentation or it's fine?
Sure, let's test it.
And will I be able to share my own screen or will you be loading our PowerPoint for us?
If you'd like, we can load the PowerPoint from here if you'd like, and we can run it from here unless you prefer to run it yourself. Yes, let's test it.
I think either way is fine. I just want to make sure I have permissions. So what I'll do is I will really quickly try to share my screen.
Check, check, check 1, 2.
Let me just find it.
Check, check, check
It
1, 2.
says, we can't display your shared content. Make sure that you've allowed permission to share content and then try again. So maybe, Patrice, maybe you guys should share my PowerPoint and then we'll just tell you next slide or whatever. We'll talk through whoever's running the slides.
Okay, give me just a second to pull that up.
Okay.
You are education presentation.
Yes.
All right.
And Patrice, I don't know how to put a background on my,
Okay, just a second. For the background, click audio, video at the top on the toolbar on the ribbon.
I don't have that. I'm in the browser version.
Okay.
Let me see if I can do it here. I might not be able to do it in the browser version, actually.
Okay. I'm going to try and share your presentation now.
Okay.
Share Adobe Acrobat. Do you have any dynamic content in your presentation, videos or anything like that?
Let me look through it really quickly. I don't believe we included any videos. I think everything's static.
Okay, great. And you let me know.
That's it. Yeah.
I'll go full screen here. Is that good?
Okay. Yeah, that's great.
All right, cool.
I just captured for the title slide, I just took the name off y'all's agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks great.
Okay. All right, wonderful. How many slides
Okay.
are here, Colin?
I have a total of actually 20. The last one's blank. I just accidentally left it in there.
No problem.
So a total of 21 slides.
Okay, wonderful. And what we'll do, we'll just, yeah, you just tell us when to advance it and we'll advance it.
Okay, that's perfect, Patrice. I'll see you closer to 12:30. Well, I'll join a couple minutes earlier.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Can you pull up the YouTube link just to make sure we're Can you hear me, Alan? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Morning, everyone. This is November 2nd, 2023 meeting of the North Carolina Taskforce for Offshore Wind Economic Resource Strategies, also known as NCTOWERS. I'm Marquita Welton, Chief of Staff for the North Carolina Department of Commerce and Task Force Chair. Want to welcome everybody and thank you for joining us. We have another information-packed day. Exciting information to share.
It's like a class.
So Teresa, if you would please do roll call. Jennifer, thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Oh, great, thanks. And just for the record, Marquita, I just heard that there's a charter bus that was at our hotel is like stuck in the entrance. Thank you. Kevin Dick. I'm in his seat. Hayes Fromme. Secretary Gaskin.
Here.
Thank you. Dave Goss. Daniel Gavoni.
Here.
Thank you. Susie Hamilton. Perry Harker.
Here.
Arkita Howard. Steve Calland.
Here.
Thank you. Harley Lowen.
Here.
Thank you. Menashe Menashe.
Here.
Thank you. Can you pronounce it?
Macarena.
Margarita. Thank you. Mark McIntyre. Ashley McLeod. Trish Murphy. Bob Peel.
Here.
Thank you. Michelle Query.
Here.
Thank you. Greg Richardson. Dan Segovia.
Here.
Thank you. Jason Semple. Glenn Skinner. Justin Sosney.
Here.
Thank you. John Zilka.
Here.
Thank you. Brian Turner. Whit Tuttle.
Here.
Alvin Warwick. John White. Chair Welton.
Present.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, this meeting is being recorded and streamed live, so please be mindful of comments that may be picked up by microphones located throughout the room. Also, please silence your cell phones. If you are participating virtually, please mute your microphone. Members attending virtually, if you do want to make a comment, please indicate on your computer. We'll try to recognize you. North Carolina's open meeting laws require that an ethics statement be read at the start of every meeting. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every task force member to avoid both conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts. If any member has any known conflict or interest or appearance of conflict with respect to matters coming before the task force today, please identify it at this time. Please also identify any conflict that may arise with respect to any matter discussed during the meeting so that it can be evaluated to ensure that inappropriate participation is avoided. At this time, I'm going to ask staff present to to introduce yourselves. And if we have any staff, we'll start. Jennifer.
Good morning, everybody. Sarah Max, Secretary of the Office of Commerce. Renfro, Assistant Communications Department of Commerce.
Morning, John Martin, Office of Science and Technology.
Good morning, I'm Emily Roach, Department of Commerce.
I'm Dr. Jenny Harris. I'm the Executive Director of Business Services for the Department of Commerce, Division of Workforce Solutions.
I'm Ms. Sean Monroe, Department of Commerce.
Good morning, Dana Magliola, Program Manager for Logistics, North Carolina. Dr. Carl Wesley, the State Department of Commerce and Economic Development.
Colleen Brown, Digital Media Specialist, Department of Commerce. Agrees with the end and thanks Director of Commerce.
Alexander Baldwin, Department of Commerce.
All right. And it concludes our staff. I would ask if we have any guests who have not been introduced, if you would please introduce yourselves. We'll start at this table.
Philip Prescott, I'm the Assistant Director at the Eastern Carolina Workforce Development Board, serving our 9 counties here in Eastern.
I'm Josh Study. Living interesting behavior.
Top of the PhD student at Colorado.
Samantha Gibson, like the Energy Technology Center.
In Andrews Venture, which we now call Partnership.
Morning, James Simmons, Vestas.
Hi, Ryan Thomas, Stevens Committee.
Bailey Rexroth, Governor's Office.
Macy O'Donnell, News Times, Carter County News Times.
Thank you. All right. Before I introduce our special guest, I do want to acknowledge we do have a new task force member who's with us, Menashe Magadira. And Menashe, I may have messed that up a little bit, but if not, please correct us so we will get the correct pronunciation going forward. And Menashe is a staff attorney at the Southern Environmental Law Center. In that role, he represents SELC and its partners in legal advocacy and litigation before the North Carolina Utilities Commission, especially in cases involving clean energy, affordability, and energy burden. Menashe also supports his SCLC colleagues in legal or policy advocacy before other state and federal agencies, especially on energy issues relating to offshore wind. Prior to working at SCLC, Menashe served in multiple legal positions in North Carolina state government, including Associate General Counsel in the Governor's Office, Assistant Attorney General, and Staff Attorney for the Public Staff Agency. Menashe is replacing David Kelly from the Environmental Defense Fund. Menashe has been active with our subcommittees, and we do appreciate your commitment and your time. Thank you for joining us, Menashe. So we welcome you. I also want to acknowledge our special guest this morning, and thank you so much for hosting us. Dr. Tracy Mancini, President of Carteret Community College. Dr. Mancini has traveled with us to Denmark and has positioned Carteret Community College to be a key partner in our development of this offshore wind energy sector for North Carolina. So if you would like to make a few statements, you are more than welcome, Dr. Mancini.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Welton, task force members, special guests. It's great to have you here at Carteret Community College for a second Towers meeting. We're delighted that our hospitality and culinary arts program staff and students can be serving you today. And I'm especially proud of their commitment to eco-friendly utensils and plates and cups. I'm very proud of that move that they made on their own volition to make sure that we're reflecting the environment that we're protecting. So we're delighted to be serving you today. Since you were here a year ago, we've done quite a lot at the college. On July 11th last summer, we launched our 60th anniversary year of celebration here at the college, and we revealed a school mascot. And I want to make sure you know what our mascot is. It is the Kraken. We have been without a mascot and in need of one, so we're delighted to have that mascot and hope that you'll look around and see it on campus. We've also renewed our commitment and bolstered our commitment to working on renewable energy. We're delighted to be part of North Carolina A&T's NSF grant and the Steps for Success program. Mr. Harker's done a fabulous job of starting a couple of renewable energy academies here at the campus. And we've really been able to recruit a wide variety of students for those academies, some of whom are leaving the short-term academy with jobs. So it's terrific that that's happening. We're also working with our neighbor, the Center for Marine Science and Technology, which is NC State's marine science program here on campus. And we have some meetings set up with them to talk about renewing our partnership to educate the community about renewable energy sources and wind and solar energy. So we have a meeting coming up with a lot of the partners there, I think next week. So there are a lot of things that we're doing right now. As Chair Welton said, I was delighted to join many of you on the delegation trip to Denmark and learned so much. It really expanded my awareness of the wind energy and made a lot of contacts there. And throughout the year, Mr. Harker and I have had a number of meetings and Zoom calls and phone conversations with some of those new potential partners. So we're working very hard to train the workforce for our current needs in Carteret County and the Eastern North Carolina region, but we have a keen eye on the future workforce needs, and we're paying attention to that, and much of which is informed by what this task force is doing. So I want to thank you all for your service and welcome you here today. If there's anything you need at all, please let us know. We want you to feel at home, feel comfortable, and we're delighted to be able to serve you.
Thank you, Dr. Mancini. We appreciate your support and the commitment that you've made for Carteret Community College to the state in our efforts to position North Carolina to be a key player in this industry. So thank you for all that you're doing. I want to acknowledge also this month, November, is American Indian Heritage Month. We encourage everyone to respect and learn about, engage, and support the inclusion of North American Indians in all aspects of life. One of our task force members who is not present wanted to make sure that we conveyed that message as he is out and about across the state with activities related to Indian Heritage Month. And you heard Dr. Mancini mention our trip to Denmark and being a part of that delegation. They reciprocated and joined us here in North Carolina, came to visit in September, led by Christopher Batzow, Director General of the Danish Energy Agency. He led a delegation that came to further our knowledge, because as you know, many of you already know, Denmark is a leader in this area of offshore wind for us, and came and led that effort to continue sharing information with us pursuant to the MOU that we entered with Denmark earlier this year. So we appreciate that opportunity to have that partnership between Denmark and North Carolina. On September 29th, the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management released their draft environmental impact statement for U.S. Wind's federal permitting application. And Jennifer may mention more about this later, but just wanted to mention that the DEIS is U.S. Wind's draft federal permit and is a major milestone in the permitting process for them. So BOEM's publication of that report in the Federal Register on October 6th initiated a 45-day public comment period that ends on November 20th. Throughout this comment period, there will be 2 in-person meetings, 2 virtual meetings, and the opportunity to provide written comment. U.S. Wind's project is in Maryland, and some of you may recall that Maynard Smith, the Maryland Business Engagement Manager for U.S. Wind, participated in our May meeting this year, and Maryland is one of our Smart Power partners along with Virginia. So if you are interested, you can get more information on their website as well. We do have a different format today than we have in the past. Our subcommittee chairs ceded to me the opportunity to give an update on their respective reports, so I'll try to do it some justice. We had a great workforce development visit yesterday with engaging engineering design students from West Carteret High School. So a couple of our task force members joined some staff there. We were welcomed warmly and had a representative from Geodynamics, a company in the area also, who did a presentation for the students. Want to thank Carteret Community College also for providing, they weren't the real towers, but a good mock-up of wind towers for students to learn how the towers are put together and how electricity is generated from that. So we thank you, Dr. Mancini and Dr. Perry, for providing that opportunity for the students and for us who were there. So many thanks to West Carteret High School, Geodynamics, Carteret Community College, and Carteret Public Schools also for making the visit a success. Our Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee is pleased to report that the Offshore Wind Master Calendar is live, and it's on the Department of Commerce website. This master calendar is one of the task force deliverables called for in our most recent annual report. And I'd like to thank the Outreach Committee Subcommittee and the communications staff also for taking this time and getting it done. If you get an opportunity to check that out, you'll learn about all of the activities that are planned for this task force related to offshore wind. The calendar will include listings for state, federal, local government, and related stakeholder and advocate meetings on offshore wind in North Carolina. So again, thanks to the staff and subcommittee for getting that done. There's a link on our website to submit calendar items, and we will share that link in our follow-up materials from this meeting. So we ask all subcommittees, please create a standing item on your meeting agendas to share upcoming offshore wind-related events. And we ask that subcommittee members submit those events for inclusion on the master calendar. Staff has been working together to bring a series of virtual trainings on offshore wind opportunities in North Carolina for North Carolina manufacturers. You'll hear more about that this afternoon from Oceanic Network. And in case you don't know who Oceanic Network is or never heard of them, you have, just not as Oceanic Network. That is the business network for offshore wind. They formally changed their name to Oceanic Network and kicked that off just this week, actually. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. So you will not hear us referring to the business network for offshore wind anymore, now known as Oceanic Network. But I want to point out that I mentioned our trainings. The first of these is coming up soon, November 16th, and it is free to North Carolina manufacturers and businesses. And we will share the registration link in our follow-up materials from this meeting, but we're focusing on manufacturing opportunities in these sessions. So please share this information with any manufacturers in your networks that may be interested in opportunities in offshore wind. Our Economic Development Subcommittee will be, well, I think some of those remarks will be addressed later as well, but a draft of the port's environmental impact statement has been released. The EIS evaluates a proposed project to construct a multi-use terminal on Radio Island to support new industry opportunities, create job opportunities and other benefits in Carteret County and the region, and to support transition to a clean energy economy. A public information session was held in September here in Morehead City, and the final report is expected to be released in early 2024. So our Workforce Development Subcommittee, we had members with us yesterday at the high school, at Carteret High School. I want to mention that yesterday, this is some exciting news for us for North Carolina. Toyota announced a new investment of nearly $8 billion that will add approximately 3,000 new jobs at Toyota battery manufacturing in North Carolina. And this brings their total investment to approximately $13.9 billion and job creation to more than 5,000 for North Carolina. Since Toyota's first announcement back in December of 21, 15,804 new jobs have been announced in North Carolina related to electric vehicles or related to clean energy economy companies, such as Wolfspeed, for example, and 23.8 billion in announced capital investment. Announcements such as this highlight the importance of the work that this task force and its subcommittees are doing to help meet clean energy goals. So the Workforce Subcommittee is committed to and focused on raising awareness of opportunities in offshore wind. It's been sharing the NCTOWERS annual report with workforce recommendations to relevant audiences. Subcommittee staff presented to the Andrea Harris Task Force, the North Carolina Works Commission, Employer Leadership Subcommittee. And on Friday, October 27th, co-chairs Perry Harker and Phyllis Craig Taylor presented you did, presented the workforce recommendations from the annual report to November Workforce Board Executive Directors. So thank you for that. Got a little twisted on those dates because my mind was still in October and I was thinking, we aren't at October 27th yet. This is, but we're in November, so I'm back with you. They shared those recommendations from the occupational skills analysis They highlighted the need to increase the number of workers in skilled trades to meet offshore wind industry needs and recognize the local areas that already offer a construction trades pathway. The directors were encouraged to prioritize training for careers in clean energy. So we thank our Workforce Task Force for that work and meeting with those stakeholders. Later this year, the Workforce Subcommittee plans to present to the North Carolina Community College System's workforce development staff the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, MEP, as many of us know them, and the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. So they are spreading the word about opportunities in workforce for clean energy across the state. I'd like to note a recent U.S. Chamber of Commerce article titled, "Labor Force Can't Grow Fast Enough to Fill Job Openings." Labor force can't grow fast enough to fill job openings. That's the title. The article states that the job market continued to sizzle in September with 336,000 new jobs created, the vast majority created by the private sector. Also, job gains for July and August were revised up a combined 119,000. Workers made more as well as wages rising up 0.2%, up 4.2% annually. Why does this matter? As of the end of August, there were 3.3 million more job openings than unemployed workers. So we have more jobs than workers to fill them, 176,000 more than in July. So while the labor force continued growing, expanding by 90,000 in September, it's not growing fast enough to fill the millions of jobs that are open. The big picture, the trend of more job openings than unemployed workers is likely to remain. And there were some policymakers can address this by reforming legal immigration and securing our borders. These were some of the recommendations. Improving child care availability for families, revamping educational and job training opportunities, and removing barriers to entering the workforce. Last week, several of our task force members attended a session on clean energy workforce development best practices sharing between North Carolina and Greater Manchester in the UK, which a North Carolina delegation visited last year. It was arranged by our own Justin Sosney, head of the UK government's North Carolina office. Last week's workforce development event, also arranged by Justin Sosney, was located at RTI International. So I will cede a few minutes to Justin if you want to share some highlights from that gathering, Justin.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be back here, Dr. Mancini at Carteret Community College after our delegation's visit last year. So to be brief, or as brief as possible, so we had the mayor of Greater Manchester visit North Carolina last March. Manchester, for those who aren't aware, is a city of about 2.8 million people. in the UK. They're doing a lot of innovative work, similar to North Carolina, in the space and specifically around workforce development. Given authority has recently been delegated to, or devolved, is the UK term, to Manchester in this space. So we held this seminar as a follow-up to the activities we've done previously in an attempt to continue the dialogue around best practice exchange. So a couple of key points. One, folks in Manchester, I think, like folks here, are thinking a lot about how do we get young people involved in the clean energy space. And so we discussed having role models and the importance of folks being able to see themselves in the shoes of professionals in this space. And so there's a large focus, of course, on the future generation, but also on the current generation and the fact that folks will be working another 10, 15 years. How do we continue that to help those folks as well in continuing education? In Manchester, there's something called the Green Skills Academy, which we visited on our June delegation. We brought some leaders, including some folks in this room, over to Manchester. It's a physical space. It's an old warehouse. Manchester has a rich industrial history. And so it's a place where there's classrooms and folks
Thank everyone for your service and engagement as we continue to move North Carolina forward as a leader in the clean energy sector. So thank you, Secretary Sanders, and perhaps she will be able to comment directly when she gets her technology back online. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Munn, our Assistant Secretary of Clean Energy, for a clean energy report and update. Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Jennifer Munt, and it's great to see you all here and more importantly at this amazing venue. And thank you to Dr. Mancini and Perry and team for making this happen for us. We certainly like visiting and spending time here. So again, I'm Jennifer Munt, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Economic Development, here with your quarterly update on what's been going on since we met last. I'll cover a couple of salient federal activities as they pertain to what we're doing here, and cover a couple of state-related activities, and of course, take any questions that you all might have. So we'll start with federal activities. I've talked about the work that North Carolina has been participating in over the past year or so to implement the White House federal state offshore wind partnership that was stood up in June of 2022. In September, we, as a consortium of 9 states and 4 federal agencies, we entered into a memorandum of understanding to strengthen regional collaboration on offshore wind supply chain development. This MOU is intended to help expand manufacturing facilities, ports capabilities, and supply chain development in a coordinated and sustainable effort. Among the states signing on, including North Carolina, are Connecticut, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. And we are tasked, as part of this MOU, with developing a regional, sub-regional implementation plans to harness each other's existing strengths, efficiently fill high-priority gaps, and advance economic development and environmental justice. The federal agencies party to this MOU include the Departments of Energy, Interior, Commerce, and Transportation, and they have committed to provide technical support to the states, as well as help develop a shared East Coast procurement and leasing timeline to facilitate greater alignment for the industry. The MOU encourages the states to invest, or encourages investments in multiple states to help meet offshore wind goals, build supply chain plans that are underway, and improve coordination going forward, including through future solicitations for energy. In particular, the MOU provides a path for our states to incentivize the development of offshore wind vessels made in the United States that would be Jones Act compliant, development and more development of U.S. domestic steel production, helping to support expansion of these industries and obviously provide for good paying, family sustaining wage jobs along the way. The agencies will collaborate on addressing these needs for both fixed bottom turbine infrastructure as well as floating offshore wind, addressing ports infrastructure and advancing best practices for quality jobs and meeting the needs in communities. And while this MOU right now focuses on East Coast states, which have obviously, we've heard, have the most advanced offshore wind projects in the country to date and have helped spur the nascent development of this industry, the benefits are expected to be national in scope and potentially international in scope as we build up our supply chain. The MOU supports broader efforts for our partnership amongst the 13 states, and we will hope to help fill national gaps that are identified in the offshore wind supply chain roadmap, which I'll talk about in just a minute, which we all believe will unlock tens of thousands of jobs for tens of thousands of Americans going forward. I also want to talk about some updates coming out of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management as they relate to the Central Atlantic call area. Back on October 11th, BOEM convened the Central Atlantic Renewable Energy Taskforce, made up of representatives from the 4 adjacent states, North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware, along with federal, local, and tribal stakeholders to discuss the next steps in the process as they advance towards leasing 3 areas within the Central Atlantic region, areas A, B1, and C. Representatives from BOEM during this meeting described the work that they've conducted to date to maximize the size of the 3 wind energy areas, or WEAs, to help the administration meet its 30 gigawatts by 2030 goal, as well as assisting the states in meeting their various deployment goals and targets. BOEM walked the participants through the spatial suitability model that they deployed, which incorporated vast amount of data from existing models and research to deconflict and ultimately identify the areas that are suitable for further development. BOEM also previewed what the monetary and non-monetary factors will be for the upcoming leases. Building off the very first bidding credit concept that was deployed for Carolina Long Bay back in 2022, we expect to see a focus on workforce and supply chain. But going further, for the upcoming leases, building on what happened in the California lease experience, what we just saw happen in the Gulf of Mexico in August, and what's being contemplated in the Gulf of Maine, and a follow-on Gulf of Mexico lease coming up in the near months, we will also see BOEM look to identifying a separate contribution to a fisheries compensation fund. So between workforce and supply chain, there will be up to 17% of a bidding credit contemplated, and then the balance up to 25% total, 8% being the difference towards a fisheries compensation fund. And it's my understanding that the fisheries compensation fund that BOEM has put out would look a whole lot like the structure of the fisheries compensation project, to which North Carolina and 10 other states have signed on to, and would mirror that such that they would be working in a complementary fashion. And I would also just note that BOEM, with all of this, anticipates that it will hold an auction for those 3 WIAs in the Central Atlantic sometime in Q3 next year. The good news, or I should say the best news for North Carolina coming out of the task force meeting, was that Director Liz Klein announced that this is only going to be BOEM's first pass at the Central Atlantic region. And so that's why I've got up here the second bullet. It was probably my favorite bullet for today, Central Atlantic, what I'm calling 2.0. And I'm incredibly encouraged by BOEM's announcement that it is going to take a fresh look at the entirety of the Central Atlantic call area, working with all of the stakeholders to identify additional wind energy areas that are going to be necessary for us to meet our state goals, the 2.8 by the end of this decade and 8 gigawatts by 2040. During the task force meeting, I made comments on behalf of the state requesting that BOEM take 2 very important steps towards those goals. The first, thinking about the first Central Atlantic call with respect to Area D, the area that is immediately adjacent to the Kitty Hawk wind energy area that's under development right now. I asked on behalf of the state that BOEM incorporate in its environmental assessment the entirety of Area D, just like it did when BOEM assessed the entirety of the Gulf of Mexico potential wind energy areas over in the past couple of years, in order to streamline and make more efficient the work once those areas would become eligible for future leasing and development. This would provide additional flexibility and would facilitate fast tracking those leases if they were to come to pass. And the other, and let me catch up with my notes here, forgive me. And I'm optimistic that we will be able to work together with our state, federal, and local partners to get Central Atlantic 2.0 off the ground and quickly, and hopefully have those areas available to go out for a lease auction sometime in 2025. And then I also want to point out, and I don't see John White here representing Dominion, but there was some pretty big news coming out of our northern neighbor in Virginia over the past month. And I had to update my slides. They were ready on Monday, but because of an announcement on Tuesday, I had to go back and add another bullet. So first of all, the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project, or CVOW, back in September, they were awarded, or they were published with the final environmental impact statement, which basically is the federal government saying that they have checked and double checked and triple checked all the potential environmental and natural resource impacts that might be caused or posed by the CVOW project. And they determined that either with avoidance, minimization, or mitigation, that all of those impacts can be managed. And they issued this FEIS, meaning that within a certain window of time, probably sometime this month, BOEM will issue the record of decision on that, meaning that it has cleared all of the environmental hurdles. But probably even more importantly, BOEM just on Tuesday, and this was like the best treat, not a trick, this is a treat that happened on Halloween. BOEM issued approved the construction and operations plan for the CVAL project. And just to remind everybody, CVAL project, which is, if you look on the map, in the top map on the slide, and I know it's difficult to see with the lighting in here, but just north of where you see area D, you see a gray shaded, smaller square. That's the CVAL project, and that's under development by Dominion Power. And scheduled to begin construction next year. It is projected to generate 2.6 gigawatts, and it will consist of 176 turbines located at least 27 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach. The array will also include 3 offshore substations, undersea cabling, and will require onshore transmission infrastructure. And as mentioned, this is all moving forward at great pace. And from what I understand from folks both at Dominion and reported in the media, that the project is not only on budget, but it is also on time. And so this is a great piece of news for us to sort of understand and contemplate as we move forward with this industry. Moving or shifting to some state-related activities, Chairwoman Welton mentioned the draft EIS that was published a little over a month ago for Radio Island. And this just includes some dates and information for y'all. If you're interested, the public comment on the draft document closes today. And so if you haven't gotten your comments in on that document, probably have until 5 p.m. To get them into the state clearinghouse. For the next 18 days or so, federal and state agencies have the opportunity to provide their comments to the state clearinghouse and help inform the preparation of the final EIS, which I understand is anticipated to be submitted to the clearinghouse next year and issued a record of decision sometime early in 2024. My understanding is, well, I'm looking around at it, I don't have to understand it, I see it with my eyes. There are several easels set up around the room that show some depictions of Radio Island. The preferred build alternative is in the back corner. It's alternative 3B, and it was selected because the construction of the project would help provide infrastructure that meets the intent of the strategic plan of the port, and as well as the 2022 statewide multimodal freight plan, as well as meet some of the targets and ambitions set out under Executive Orders 80 and 218. By constructing a multi-use terminal on Radio Island that could attract automotive and wind energy industries, as well as enhance economic development, both locally and with trickle-up opportunities across the state. Alternative B, according to the engineering design consultant that conducted the assessment, was selected as the preferred alternative because it allows truck traffic to access the multi-use terminal from Radio Island Road instead of Marine Drive, providing for safer travel for local residents and users of the recreational areas on the east side of the island. And an alternative A was not selected as the preferred alternative because it would mix personal vehicles and truck traffic accessing the multi-use terminal. And we've got our ports executive director here who could probably answer other questions for you offline, but just wanted to provide some basis for that very interesting project underway. Other state-related activities, and I'm really excited to share the update on this one. I think I have previewed some of this for y'all, but I'm really excited to share that at the beginning of October, we, meaning the states of Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina, along with participation from Delaware, we announced that we are launching a regional offshore wind workforce and supply chain assessment and study. And we're doing this because as an outgrowth of the work that the National Renewable Energy Labs released over the past year or so, where they articulated and identified that the offshore wind supply chain is really butting up against many, many constraints. And because we have been tasked with the very hard work of trying to deploy 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by the end of this decade, that requires installation of 2,000 turbines across, like at least off the East Coast. And considering right now, I think we have 8, and right now we have 2 off of Virginia, we have 5 off of Block Island in Massachusetts, and we have at least 1 in the Vineyard Wind project off the coast of Martha's Vineyard, and more to come every day. But that's a lot more turbines to put in the water in a very short period of time, and the supply chain is just not caught up here domestically to support that. And so these constraints are evident, and they are caused by both investment risks, siting and technology challenges, limited supplier networks, which is a lot of the reason why we sit here in these meetings to try to bridge these gaps, insufficient ports and vessel infrastructure, limited domestic workforce. Chairwoman went into just the recent report issued by the Chamber of Commerce, cost competitiveness, as well as making sure that we ensure equity and sustainability throughout the entire supply and value chain. And so what we are trying to do, leveraging our existing Smart Power partnership through the MOU that we executed with our neighboring states back in October of 2021, we are working with them, and we have contracted with the National Renewable Energy Labs, as well as NOWRDC, which is the National Offshore Wind Research and Development Consortium, to conduct an in-depth study on our state's supply chain assets, our workforce assets, as well as our gaps on both ends, to figure out how we can leverage all of those opportunities and everything that we have to become truly a regional partnership in developing the offshore wind industry. The goal of this study and the deliverables include, or I should say, an actionable roadmap for our states to build a coordinated regional supply chain. Not for nothing, it's worth mentioning that what we're doing as a Smart Power Consortium folds very neatly into the Federal State Implementation Partnership MOU that was just signed last month that I talked about at the top of my remarks that we have all committed to. So we're able to integrate the work that we've already done as a region and contribute to the larger domestic development of the industry. And so as a part of this actionable roadmap, we anticipate that we will be able to build on our existing capacities and capabilities. We hope to complement other regional supply chain efforts across the United States and the East Coast specifically. We think that it really positions our region, our Smart Power region, to help support near and long-term offshore wind energy deployment targets. And we hope that it will help develop in an equitable manner this industry so that we provide jobs and benefits to local communities, and in particular, those that have been historically underserved and under-resourced. Next week, my colleague Josh Levy with our Labor and Economic Analysis Division, we're traveling up to DC for the kickoff meeting with our National Renewable Energy Lab partners. And we are going, as well as our friends from Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. And we're going to be working to select 5 focus areas for our Smart Power region that are based on previous supply chain studies that have been conducted. Think our BVG report that we issued a couple of years ago. We're going to be looking at previous and ongoing conversations that we've been having with developers, OEMs, and other manufacturers and service providers to help inform what those focus areas should be. And we're going to also talk about what our preferences and or incentives are for manufacturing particular components. And we hope that ultimately, or at least following this first major task, we will have a memo that defines the focus areas for our study that will enable the detailed assessment of the analogous workforce skills and supply chain going forward for the region. So this is just the very, very start of this project, and we anticipate that the draft report will come out about this time next year and the final report in Q1 2025. So it's a lot of work to do in a short period of time, but we've got some of the biggest and smartest brains at the National Renewable Energy Labs working with us to get it done and get it done right. So we're excited about that. And then my last slide, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Clean Carolinas innovation engine. And I've talked a little bit about this over our previous meetings, but I just want to share where we are to date, because we've been working, the award was announced in May of this year, and so we've been ostensibly working for about 6 months. And what we've been doing under the direction of PI Mike Mazzola from UNC Charlotte and the Energy Production and Infrastructure Center there, we've been split up into 4 different work streams, or what he terms thrusts. And we have been focusing on all of our work in those thrusts to help establish North and South Carolina. Those areas is really hard to distinguish which areas are shaded or which counties are shaded in that map. But you all should have, I think, a copy of my slides in your folders. You can take a look at that differentiation when you have a minute. We're trying to create a hub for clean energy innovation, accelerating use-inspired research, and advancing groundbreaking technologies in the clean energy tech sector. Our co-partners or sub-awardees on this project, and like I said, led by UNC Charlotte, the North Carolina Department of Commerce, the South Carolina Research Authority, Fayetteville State University, Elizabeth City State University, East Carolina University, the North Carolina Clean Energy Tech Center at NC State under Steve Callum's leadership, and the Coastal Studies Institute at NC State, Clemson University, and E4 Carolinas. So we are all sub-awardees and lead partners on this project. The thrusts, the work streams that are underway, they encompass 4 categories. The first is an innovation inventory, where we are identifying commercial technology acceleration and emerging clean energy tech in this region to include applications for green hydrogen, wave, tidal, in addition to your more traditional clean energy technologies, on and offshore wind, solar, utility scale battery storage, and associated grid applications. Under the workforce thrust, we're cataloging degree demographics and energy career pathways, much alike and akin to the work that the workforce subcommittee has conducted for this task force, but with a much broader look beyond not just offshore wind, but for the clean energy sector as a whole within the Carolinas. When it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, these are priorities of the National Science Foundation, which is the granting authority for this innovation engine. NSF is placing a premium on how the proposed innovation engines will thread DEI&A into the strategies, programs, and execution of the engine. And our DEIA thrust right now in this early stage, our leads in that effort are conducting a community survey out in the areas of the region of service to better understand what community priorities and opportunities for upward social mobility may be. And then lastly, the 4th thrust is readying ourselves for a type 2 application. And essentially what we're going to be doing is building on the progress of these 3 prior work streams and hosting regional workshops, including one that my colleague John Harden is going to talk about here in a minute. I'll turn the mic over to him, which I hate giving up the mic. You know how much I love being up there talking at you. He'll share a little bit about what happened yesterday at the Making Energy Work pre-conference and how we are advancing the work to ready ourselves for the type 2 application, which could put us in the running for $160 million to stand up this innovation engine for the Carolinas to develop this clean technology sector. So John, I'll turn this over to you, and he is gonna tell you about yesterday's pre-conference, and he's gonna end us from there. So thank you, and I'll hang out up here for questions if y'all have them.
All right, I'll keep this pretty brief. As Jennifer noted, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association had its actually it's Making Energy Work conferences today, and I think a little bit tomorrow too. But as part of this NSF Engines grant, one of the tasks that we have is making sure it's not just our team, which is actually pretty large, but we're broadening the team, deepening the bench. And one of the ways we do that is through education and outreach. And so we had a workshop yesterday. It was a pre-workshop before the Making Energy Work conference. I didn't do an exact count of the number of people who attended, but it was between 50 and 100, certainly more than the people in this room. It was basically, as the principal investigator of the NSF Engines grant dubbed it, it was the coming out party of the NSF Engines grant. And so we had 2 workshops over about a 3-hour period. Each workshop or panel really only lasted 45 minutes or so. But let me tell you, one of them was focused on economic development and workforce. And I should mention that Towers member Steve Calland was the moderator for each of these panels. And if any of you are ever looking for a moderator, Steve is your guy. He was brilliant. He got down from the stage, he walked out among the crowd, he would actually ask people directly questions. And so, but it was all low pressure and stimulated good conversation. But on the education and workforce development panel, I won't run through all the panelists, but for example, we had community members. For example, we had, hold on, got this on my phone. We had Shumata Brown, who is the town manager for the city of Maysville. Along with him, we had Robert Cox, who was from the Charlotte Epic Center that Jennifer mentioned, Energy Production and Infrastructure Center. He's an academic. We also had Catherine Hayes from the South Carolina Research Authority. And then they basically just had a guided discussion. Steve asked them some good questions about why is it important to develop workforce around not just offshore wind, but the whole clean energy sector, and what are the ways that North Carolina and South Carolina can come together to foster that. On the second panel that was focused more on innovation, I was one of the panelists. We also had Safir Khan, who was a professor at UNC Charlotte at the Epic Center. We also had Steve Wisnant from Duke Energy, and we walked through many of the same questions. Basically, why are our regions, prepared, or what are we doing to be prepared to promote innovation in clean energy? And what are the things that we need to do to ramp that up even faster? And so it was a really good set of discussions, each one about 45 minutes long. In addition to it being the coming out party for the NSF Engines grant, it also was the coming out party for a video that the grant has produced. And so yesterday was the first time that video has been shown. I think today is going to be the second time that it's going to be shown, assuming we can get it to work. And so do I have the ability I do, to click on that. So hopefully if technology works, I will click on where it says what if, and you will see a 4-minute video produced by this NSF Engines Type 1 grant. We have audio.
Sorry, guys.
Combined, two states responsible for 107,000 megawatts of offshore along the coast, which is capable of generating twice the electric energy by
Wrap it up. To clarify, Clean Carolinas is the name of the team that received this Type 1 grant from the National Science Foundation. The type of grant that it is the National Science Foundation Innovation Engines Grant, which is a brand new type of grant from the National Science Foundation. The National Science Foundation traditionally funded almost single investigator, some of the times multiple investigator, academic research projects. This is very different for the National Science Foundation. This grant program is focused heavily on economic development. And what it's trying to do is provide more money to a larger number of people and coalitions over a longer period of time to actually move the needle. The trend in economic development focused grant programs is to go bigger, longer, and broader. And this is very much a part of that. So all of this that you see in this video and what you'll see in the next year or so, and we'll be coming back to you, is about positioning this team to apply for a Type 2 grant, which, as Jennifer noted, is a much larger amount of money. That's up to $160 million over a 10-year period. So we'll be coming back to you. We need to add more people to the team, and it focuses not only on offshore wind, but solar, hydrogen, marine, tidal, all sorts of technologies. So thank you.
We'll take any questions. Thank you, John. Does anyone on the task force have questions for Jennifer or John? Steve.
See if I can do this with the microphone. So Jennifer, I was just curious. I was actually really pleased to see about the joint work with NREL and the Smart Power Consortium and the addition of Delaware. In light of our work with South Carolina on Clean Carolinas, though, I'm wondering if there has been any potential progress on getting South Carolina more engaged in the kind of multi-state collaborative discussion.
Steve, I think that we would welcome partnerships with South Carolina's administration if they were interested in evaluating the merits of joining the Smart Power Consortium and any ways that we can partner and collaborate on clean energy at large.
But they have not reached out to me.
Not to my awareness.
Any other questions for Jennifer or John? Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, John. Also want to give the task force an opportunity. I was remiss in doing this earlier when I gave the subcommittee reports. Our subcommittee chairs are present. If there are any questions for any of our subcommittees related to anything that you've heard this morning or anything that you're aware of or just want to ask or comment on this time. All right, seeing no takers, we'll move on to Bailey Rechtenwall. Bailey is the Climate Change Policy Advisor for the Office of the Governor, and Bailey's going to present the 2024 Carbon Plan. Bailey? Oh, yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Bailey Rechtenwald. I am not Peter Ledford. He is at the panel that John was talking about, and he's stopping governor today, so you're stuck with me. My name is Bailey. I'm a climate change policy advisor in the governor's office. I'll be talking about the offshore wind related items and the proposed carbon plan that Duke recently released. So definitely not going over the whole thing. It's 750 pages, but we'll get through the highlights today and we'll get through some discussion. So just as a refresher on how the carbon plan process works, and you should have, if you're in person, you should have slides in your packets if you can't see that very well. So the Utilities Commission orders Duke Energy to develop, propose carbon plan scenarios. Then Duke publishes the proposal. They did this in August, and they published 3 portfolio options to go with in their modeling. It's out there. We are here, the little star currently, and then the Utilities Commission will review the proposal, hear from other stakeholders and interveners and testimonies, and then the Utilities Commission will either approve or deny or approve with conditions the order, and that is what the Utilities Commission will then direct Duke to do. So this proposal is really important, and we're going to get into what is in it for offshore wind. But before we get to that, wanted to mention an update. I believe Peter spoke here a few months ago, but an update from the 2022 order, which was issued in December of last year. So part of that order, the commission agreed that with the no regrets approach for offshore wind and Duke's whole plan, but the near-term development steps that Duke outlined required identification of appropriate wind energy areas. So they directed Duke to do a study to consider the 3 wind energy areas for acquisition of a leasehold, and said that they had to publish this study before or during when they published this new proposal. So directed them to publish the study, also directed to pursue new federal funding available through IIJA and IRA. So the study has been completed, and this is what it looks like. We cannot see it. It is confidential, and it has been presented to the Utilities Commission, but unfortunately, I don't know what's in it, and the general public doesn't know what's in it. So I wish I could talk about the results of the study. I'm sure it's very interesting. So we're going to move on to the proposal itself for this year, and this order that will be issued in 2024 by the Utilities Commission will supersede the current 2022 order. So there are 3 pathway options, as I discussed, and Duke Energy is asking for the portfolio 3 to be the option that the Utilities Commission authorizes. So this is a really helpful couple of slides on what the different portfolios look like. So as a sort of explainer, P1, P2, P3, those are the portfolios. P1 is the most ambitious model. This is the only model of the 3 that would actually meet the statutory requirements under House Bill 951 to decrease carbon emissions by 70% by 2030. And P3 is the model that Duke is requesting as least cost and least risk. So you can see the new generation that will be brought on for each sector type listed here. And this is for the near term. As you can tell, there is no offshore wind being brought online through 2033 in these scenarios. And even in the most ambitious scenario by 2033, it would be 2.4 gigawatts. As a reminder, as this group knows, Governor Cooper's Executive Order 218 calls for 2.8 gigawatts by 2030. You will also notice, interestingly, that there is quite a bit of onshore wind generation in these models, which is interesting given the current regulatory constraints around onshore wind.
So then we'll get to a little bit longer term. So now we're looking at 2035 through 2038 scenarios. And all the way out through 2038 in portfolio 3, there is 0 to 1.6 gigawatts of offshore wind potentially. So even in P1, which Duke considers not attainable, there would only be 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2038. So this is pretty different from the governor's goals and priorities. But there's the plan itself and the proposal and models, and then there's the actual request that Duke Energy is making to the Utilities Commission. So this is in the request. It talks about how pathway 3 is the most reasonable, least cost, and least risk pathway. And that is what they're asking the Utilities Commission to approve. But getting into what is actually in the legal request, this is through 2026. These would be requesting activities to happen through the 2026 until the next order would come down. And I'll kind of see if I can sort of toggle through. So there's a lot here, including for onshore wind, but offshore wind is missing completely from this table. So even though in the models, it shows going back 0 to 1.6 gigawatts, there's no activity being requested by Duke Energy currently that would support the development of offshore wind in the near term through 2026. And to be clear, because of the way the Utilities Commission works, if offshore wind activities are not in this order, then we would not expect Duke would not be authorized to really do much if they wanted to through 2026. So, we are hoping that the Utilities Commission would, in the final order, bake something into offshore wind, because we certainly don't want to get behind. And we would be, it would be unfortunate if we weren't able to do anything for the next few years. So moving on to another part of the carbon plan, within the P3 portfolio, there are different models that were run. So each portfolio is lots of variances together. So lots of scenarios run, probably hundreds of times to create the average. And there are examples in the P3 portfolio where offshore wind may be needed. However, because it is not in that request, Duke wouldn't be able to really pivot to meet those scenarios. So in the legal document, Duke says that offshore wind is not identified as needed. However, it is a long-term need, and there may be other considerations in the future where they may request more on offshore wind, but right now they are not requesting that. So, and I'm kind of flying through this, but I want to open up to discussion. I'm definitely not the expert in the room on this, so would welcome other thoughts, but want to get through sort of the timeline of next steps. As I said, this is Duke's proposal. It's not final. In February, intervener testimony is due to the Utilities Commission. And then in April, Duke will be able to rebuttal that testimony. And then next May, the hearings will begin. And the final order, which will be, a la the 2022 order from the Utilities Commission, will come down December 31st of 2024. So it's quite a long process from the proposal that is out right now to the final. And there is lots of time. So wanted to go ahead and open up for discussion. I'll answer questions that I can, although I can't promise you that I will know the answers. I'm happy to get answers back to you though, if other people want to discuss it, So.
All right, any questions for Bailey? Steve.
So, not being a regulatory expert.
Steve, can you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry, not being a regulatory expert by any stretch, but I'm curious, and maybe Mark, you can shed some light on this as well. At a bare minimum, you'd like to see maybe some of the flexibility you were talking about for pivoting in scenarios that might emerge, that table you had with some of the things that, if we have higher load than expected, or we have a lower efficiency pickup. Is there no way to include language in an order that would allow that flexibility on contingency to at least exist without having to go through 2 years of process all over again?
I mean, we certainly think there is, but I'm happy to see what others think as well.
So I think the short answer is yes. I mean, the commission has pretty significant discretion. Our former esteemed representative Zoka, who played an instrumental part in helping shape what became the bill that Governor Cooper signed in, I guess, October of 21, I hope would represent that the idea was to give the commission the opportunity to exercise its discretion during these proceedings. And then keep in mind that this is a check and adjust, right? So we'll be keep coming in with updates to this thing. And then the last thing that I would say, I mean, we were sitting around dinner last night and we were talking about the idea of models. And I think folks who have experience with modeling will know that the moment that you hit enter on the model, it's already outdated, right? Because the conditions that that factor into what that model is predicting change in real time, all the time. So, you know, many of those things will be borne out during the regulatory proceeding that the commission has. And I would say that the commission is at its discretion to choose what is in and what is out of the carbon plan. I mean, the fact that we identified a preferred portfolio does not preclude the commission from picking anything that it wants to see the state do from an energy transition perspective. So we look forward to that process.
Thank you. Other comments or questions?
Thank you, Bailey. That was a really great overview. And I appreciate you sharing that. There was one other thing that I did want to flag, that's not included to the order, but just something that is relevant to the carbon plan process. But Senate Bill 571 was introduced in this year's session and vetoed by the governor, and then that veto was overridden. But essentially that removes 2 of the governor appointees on the Utilities Commission. So we lost 2 commissioners. I don't have their names, and I'm not going to try to come up with their names off the top of my head. But basically, 2 of the governor appointees were replaced with House and Senate appointees, and then we are going to be reduced from 7 to 5 commissioners in 2025. We also saw a bill this year that has kind of rebranded nuclear as clean energy. So that's something where those are all just kind of, you know, external factors for the carbon plan process that we're thinking about this year.
That's a great point. That's, yes, the dynamics are certainly shifting right now on the Utilities Commission as well. That's a great point.
Steve?
I'm sorry to keep chiming in, but it actually raises a point that I think we talked about once before, which is that, you know, we don't really have any representation on this task force from the commission staff or the public staff or folks that normally play in that arena. Theoretically, I think the commission is actually under Commerce as well, so there might be, theoretically, I will note, but I don't know if we could get more involvement from the commission and or the public staff in this activity just to help get them some education about offshore wind and how it might fit into the larger puzzle, but it seems like that might be a prudent thing to think about given the churn going on.
Yeah. The commission is aware of the task force in our meetings. I think there's a sense that they don't want to be directly involved in the task force, but they did, as I mentioned earlier during my comments, when Director Batsal from the Danish Energy Agency was here, the commission allowed a presentation from him and, you know, enlightening them on a lot of what we're doing with offshore wind and what's possible and what the commission's role could be in supporting that effort. But we have had some outreach to the commission members.
And the public staff, which is kind of a different entity and is usually less reticent about getting involved in public discussion.
Well, they haven't been so willing to get involved in our discussions.
And I'll add to that too. I think everybody has been a little drawn thin in terms of
time and energy resources with rate case hearings this year. But Catherine and I will be speaking to the public staff early next month. And Peter and I have been in communication about scheduling a CVOW tour for the commission and public staff, which they've been very interested in and communicative about. It was a matter of tropical storms and hurricanes and all those fun things that caused rescheduling. So we had dates on the books for that this August, and it just kept getting pushed back. But that is it's going to be planned for next year.
I will note that Chris Ayers, who's the executive director of the public staff, did attend the tour out of Virginia Beach 2 Augusts ago.
Last year.
So he's had the opportunity to see those pilot turbines. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for all the comments. Any further comments or questions for Bailey or on the 2024 report update? All right. Thank you, Bailey. We appreciate you stepping in for Peter. All right. That brings us to a 15-minute break. Really, we cut into some of our time, but I'm going to allow 15 minutes because we'll make it up again. Seats, we are ready to resume our meeting. Joining us virtually is Alastair Dutton, who's the co-founder of Offshore Wind Learning. Offshore Wind Learning is the go-to platform for anyone looking to scale up their offshore wind knowledge on one of the world's fastest growing industries and key climate solutions. Offshore Wind Ready was developed by offshore wind experts and supported by leading organizations in the energy sector.
Hello there.
Alastair knew what he wanted to work in, that he wanted to work in energy from an early age, since the age of 15, and went on to gain a degree in energy management and technology. His early career was in energy efficiency before moving over to renewable power generation, including solar PV and onshore wind. For the past 20 years, Alastair's career has been dedicated to offshore wind. For 7 years at the Crown Estate, he managed the UK's offshore wind development program. During this time, Alastair was one of the leading practitioners during the formative years of the sector. He then continued his time in the public sector working on policy and regulation for offshore wind at the UK's Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Over the last 6 years, Alastair has been focused on taking offshore wind global. To date, he has provided strategic advice on offshore wind in 38 countries. Alastair was the founding chair of the Global Offshore Wind Taskforce and is lead consultant to the World Bank's Offshore Wind Development Program. We thank you for joining us from the UK this morning. I will turn it over to you, Alastair.
Very good. Can I just check you can hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
It's all right. Just I love it when people start a presentation and they can't hear anyone. So it's lovely to be here in North Carolina. In the UK is a storm going through, so you may hear some bangs and crashes. Offshore wind is my latest initiative because we've observed there's a huge skill shortage in offshore wind, and it's only going to get bigger. If you could just bring up the slides, that's great. So it's being founded with myself and an ex-colleague of mine who also has 20 years experience, and we think we've got a story to tell. Next slide, please. So when I say 1 million, I'm talking globally, and you can read the text, but essentially the number of jobs are closely related to the build out in megawatts. And in the next decade, we need 1 million people. And by 2050, 4 million people. Firstly, one thing to note, offshore wind has more than double the number of jobs per megawatt than onshore wind because it's so much more complex and more expensive for the capital cost. But you make a lot more power offshore, as you probably know, since the wind speed is the cube, power output is the cube of the wind speed, and you have a lot more wind offshore. So an awful lot of people. Next slide, please. One thing to get over is it's a very wide range of roles and it's highly diverse. A lot of people think offshore wind is engineers, maybe a few financiers. There's an awful lot more to it than that. As it says, 30% of those jobs are ones you'd find in any company. So, you know, an HR manager, accountants, IT help desk, commercial, legal, etc. And then you've got, from the pie chart, a bit of a feeling of some of the other roles. And in the technical area, again, it's not just engineers. There's the environmental scientists doing the consenting process, stakeholder managers, some very clever statisticians doing wind resource analysis, all sorts of things. Yes, there are a lot of engineers, but just to convey, it's a lot more than that. And there's a little box there telling you that a lot of those people are going to come from other sectors, particularly oil and gas, but also civil engineering, it's a large infrastructure project at the end of the day. But then there will be new graduates and others as well. Next slide, please. So what we've done is to put together some e-learning. This is based on experience, 2 projects I did for clients. One is the World Bank, and another is a smaller client, but e-learning seems such a good way to convey information to thousands of people. You may have heard of a concept called MOOCs, Massive Open Online Courses. And so we're aiming to get many, many thousands. I'm sure we won't get the full million just by ourselves, but still thousands of people. And it's written for the general public because our focus is to attract people into the sector. What we've seen, and we've only been running for 6 months, is that there's a big pocket of students and another large pocket of professionals in other sectors. So those are both highly needed. But we're also seeing people using it for onboarding staff at the beginning of their career to get them up to speed quickly. And funnily enough, we've got a couple of journalists, so it's getting the message out in a wider sense, not just actually attracting people into the jobs themselves. And you can see from the list of modules that we're going from what we call in the UK soup to nuts, from right at the beginning in development through to decommissioning. Even people in the sector are often in pockets, and it's useful for them to understand the wider picture. And because we're focused on attracting people in, we're only charging £100 for the whole course. So there's nothing quite like that available at the moment. And it does mean we do need to get a lot of people in. Next slide, please. So what's in the course? Certainly very engaging and colourful. And at the end of the course, you get a certificate of completion. You can see from the pictures, little excerpts, but there are knowledge checks throughout the course. This is using some of the principles of micro-learning to reinforce as people go through. And because it's in 25 lessons over 20 minutes each, you could do one in a coffee break, or you could sit down and try and do 5 if you really wanted to. So it's self-paced in that respect. Next slide, please. A little bit more of what's in there. We've got a screenshot or 2. Would you mind if you put the cursor over the top right-hand picture? May need to click on it. Okay, on my computer. No, that's just gone to the next slide. Okay, we tried to be a bit too clever. So that is a 3D rotating model, and it's a really nice way to look at things. Here we have a jack-up barge for installation, and by being able to turn it, it's just a lot more engaging than just standard graphics. And then on the graph, you've got little points you can click on for information breakouts and such. So enough on that. Yeah, next slide now. We've founded this work with 2 professional learning bodies based in the UK, but both international. One is Energy Institute, the other is the IMAREST, or the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology. When I discussed this with them earlier this year, they immediately got it and went, yes, we want to be part of it, particularly because of what they call the just energy transition. They've both been working in this space with oil and gas, but they really want to be part of the transition into renewables, and particularly offshore wind. Each of those are looking to bring 500 students to us a year, and they're doing well. And we are in conversation with a number of other partners to start growing the network that way as well. And this is where I'd be interested in a discussion with yourselves as to whether you would like to be part of bringing people to this course, and feedback on the course itself. Next slide, please. And these are just some stats from where we've got to so far. I'm really pleased to see it's already got people signing up around the world. US is one of the larger markets, so that's good to know. And it seems to be going through social media as the main way of spreading the message. We're actually 3/4 of the way building the course, but we'll have it finished by the end of the year. People are taking it already. And then early next year, we'll start to market it more fully. But yeah, we've got 15 people in Australia. You know, as you know, that's even a market behind the US. So there's an awful lot of interest. And I'm really pleased to see that 42% of the students are female. This is, as you'll probably know, in many engineering type businesses, a challenge. And I've got a number of conversations going with schools and colleges because they would like to apply it to 12 to 15-year-olds where they're making their fundamental decisions or which will affect which careers they go into. And in fact, I'm presenting next week at a high school in the UK to start. Got a number of other just those who to Brown Estate, which you mentioned very kindly I worked at, is looking to buy 500 courses a year to give to local stakeholders to encourage them to get jobs in the sector, and obviously very good community engagement from their part. So I think I will move to the last slide because I'd really like to hear your questions and how you think this might work in your space.
Thank you, Alistair. I can't believe they're potentially partnering with us on us providing these training opportunities. That is something we would definitely be open to and interested in, and we'll follow up with you on that. Justin.
Hi, Alistair. I'm with the UK government, so thank you for presenting today. Just a question. You mentioned other work you've done in the United States. I was wondering if you could maybe speak a little bit more about that. Where have you worked? What does that look like? It may help provide a little bit of context or color for our North Carolina colleagues.
So a few years back, I came to the IPCI, what do you call it again? Anyway, the BNOW conference, representing the UK government at the time, and meeting with senators and various staff from all the states down the eastern coast to share our knowledge and understand what was driving the interest in the US. And one of the things I find fascinating when I look at all the different markets, in the US, it's jobs. Everybody we spoke to, it was jobs, jobs, jobs. Most markets are interested, but there was a huge focus in the US on that. And then I've had minor dealings with NYSERDA and various others. But most of my focus is in emerging markets. So not that much in the US recently.
So Alistair, the students, if you will, who are signing up for this opportunity, are they primarily coming from other industries like oil, gas, or are you getting people who this is something totally different from what they've done in the past and interested in transitioning to this sector?
We're getting the whole gamut of totally inexperienced, looking for a first job, through to people very experienced. There was a glowing feedback on LinkedIn from a very experienced oil and gas engineer. And he said, I want to come into this sector. It really is, it's getting very good traction.
Wonderful. Do you have a relationship with any of the employers in this sector that you're creating opportunities right out of training for with some of the students that are participating?
We've had some conversations, but we're not going live on that until next year. Our focus is finishing the course, getting a few partners, and then, yes, definitely large developers are keen on it. Quite a few small companies in the supply chain as well. One of them is Access Rope Company. They've put 12 people are coming on the course. So it's getting something about that internet. It is getting into all sorts of places.
And the certification that's received upon completion, what is that certification and how is it received by employers in this sector?
So Energy Institute and IMRS are happy to put their name to the certificate, but we're also in conversation about continuing professional development recognition. So that would be a more formal. And then when the course is complete, as I say, at the end of the year, we're looking to get accreditation from a number of bodies. And then you've got this thing, digital badging is another technique for doing it. So no, that's not in place yet, but it will be.
Okay, wonderful. Any other comments?
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that schools were interested. Can you elaborate on what you've learned from those conversations and how perhaps they're adopting this training? Is it part of an apprenticeship program, or what type of students are taking the courses now?
So they haven't yet, I'll be open with you, but I've got about 5 different conversations going about it. So out of the 25 lessons, 9 of them would be suitable for 12 to 18-year-olds. It could be used by a teacher in a classroom setting and actually walk them through each of these lessons, engaging the students to answer the knowledge checks, all of those things. But our intention is next year to actually take this material and back engineer it into the school curriculum so that it becomes even more accessible.
Wonderful, thank you.
So Alistair, we're sitting here in one of our premier community colleges here in North Carolina, Carteret Community College, who has positioned itself to be one of the key training facilities for skills in offshore wind.
Right.
And I'm just prodding Vice President Perry and President, I'm not sure if she's still here. She's still here. That perhaps we can have a conversation later that we could bring your program through our community college here.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yeah, we would much welcome that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about getting it to as many people as possible. That's our purpose. Yeah, it needs to cover its costs at some stage, which it certainly doesn't now. And we really welcome you on the journey.
Wonderful. Well, Perry, you have your marching
We have our
orders.
marching orders. Thank you.
Do we have other comments or questions for Alistair? Good. We thank you so much for taking time, making time for us and joining us from the UK. We do realize the time zone difference. I think I'm still adjusting from changing zones 2 weeks ago, but so we appreciate you spending this time with us, and thank you for letting us know about this opportunity and willingness to offer it here and partner with some of the universities, community colleges, and whoever is interested in expanding the workforce for this industry. So we thank you and we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and good luck with offshore wind.
All right.
It's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
It's a lot of hard work.
We do know that. Okay. Okay. Well, you know, things change quickly in this industry. So we're a bit ahead of our schedule, which is a good thing, or are we? Only 15 minutes. So we're going to get an hour for lunch instead of 45 minutes. And that will give you much more networking time, because I know there are a lot of people in the room that you want to engage with in conversations, and we don't always get this opportunity to come together like this. So I'm encouraging you to please take advantage. There's probably a number of people you have not met. Take the time and get some networking in. We will resume. Before we break, let me first thank a few people. I want to first thank Steps for Growth for sponsoring this morning's breakfast, and also Total Energies, courtesy of Jen Banks. Thank you, Jen, for sponsoring today's lunch. But today's lunch would not be possible without Carteret Community College and their culinary arts program. So we thank you, Dr. Mancini, Dr. Harker, Perry Harker, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy it all. You can smell it. I know you've been anxiously anticipating. You've seen the signs. You know what's waiting. So we will resume at 12:30. All right. If you are, we will cut our microphones, and we'll see you at 12:30. An overview of upcoming North Carolina supply chain training opportunities. As you know, business opportunities in offshore wind are rapidly growing, with billions already invested in the burgeoning U.S. offshore wind industry. The opportunity for business diversification, growth, and profit are significant. The industry's nascent supply chain in this high-demand industry means businesses from every sector have an unprecedented opportunity to build and grow the industry, all while benefiting the economy, environment, and workforce. So joining us today are Jacqueline Baldini and Hunter Stevenson. They are with, okay, remember, we know them as the Business Network for Offshore Wind. We now know them as Oceanic Network, and they're joining us to give us an overview. You heard me mention this morning that we had worked with them to offer some free training, and the first one being later this month, actually. So they're going to give us an overview of Offshore Wind Ready and Foundation to Blade, which are the two training opportunities that we will make available for North Carolina manufacturers and other businesses. And they are joining us virtually. And with that, Jacqueline, can you hear me? Are you with us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes,
The
good
floor is
afternoon.
yours.
I'll just wait for you all to put up. We do have a short slide presentation for you all. And I believe that you all are going to load that on your side and advance those slides for us as needed.
We are ready.
Great. So that was a great introduction to us and to what we're going to be talking about today. We're here to give you an overview based on the partnership between the North Carolina Taskforce for Offshore Wind Economic Resources Strategy, or NCTOWERS, and Oceanic Network, or commonly known as the network, to deliver high quality, current, and relevant information and data about the offshore wind industry. That's our entire goal. We contracted to provide 2 industry trainings, the Offshore Wind Ready and Foundation to Blade, as just mentioned, and we're going to discuss those a little bit later in the presentation. So my name is Jacqueline Baldini. I'm the Senior Director of Education Training here at Oceanic Network. My background is in environmental science and policy with a concentration in land use. And I head up all of our training and educational opportunities. We are going to show some of the data a little bit later, but I have been working in the education landscape for over a decade and have been working with in the leadership capacity for about the same amount of time. I'm joined here by my colleague, Hunter, who is going to introduce himself.
Great. Thank you, Jacqueline. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all are having a wonderful day so far. A little bit about myself. My name is Hunter Stevenson. I am an industry trainer and client relations manager with the Oceanic Network. I have about a little over 3 years of experience in the offshore wind industry. In that time, I've been with the Oceanic Network, and I have supported us through this curriculum development. And more recently, in my new role, I have begun to work more closely with Jacqueline in identifying educational partners throughout the supply chain and throughout the industry that we can work with to provide trainings like Offshore Wind Ready and Foundation to Blade. I'll hand it off back to Jacqueline.
Thanks, Hunter. We'll advance to the next slide. So this is a quick look at the agenda that we're going to go over for the next 20 minutes or so. So we'd like to introduce you to the Oceanic Network and then take a quick look at offshore wind. I know many of you are already informed, but we thought that would be a nice introduction. Then we're going to get into the training course, specifically the Offshore Wind Ready manufacturing course that we'll be offering this month on November 16th. And basically, what does that look like? What are the objectives and goals for that training? We'll discuss a little bit about who the trainer is and who our industry experts are that assist with this training. We'll talk for a minute about the data and success stories, and we'll leave some time for questions and answers. So we will advance to the next slide, please. So I think it's important to talk about, you know, the name change and what we are doing here. So the Business Network for Offshore Wind started approximately 10 years ago. And this was identifying a need to support the supply chain businesses in the United States to build out the offshore wind industry. Well, recently it's very apparent that the ocean presents an opportunity for more renewable energy opportunities. And the Business Network made the decision to change our name to Oceanic Network to really represent and support the sister industries to offshore wind. At the core of what we do is offshore wind, but we will move into looking at some of these other renewable energy opportunities, such as tidal and wave, hydrogen, even floating solar, and even more opportunities. So there'll be more information coming about that. I'm going to stick a link. I know some of you are online here, so we're going to paste that into the chat. But certainly on the other end, if you wouldn't mind passing along our web address to everyone that is participating today, so you can browse our website and find out more information. So the Oceanic Network, what do? We focus on developing United States offshore wind industry and the supply chain, like I just said. We are at our core a nonprofit, member-based educational organization. We provide market data, education, training, research, and introductions. Next slide, please. Oceanic Network is a large group of members in the industry, and we have over 550 members, and we're growing every day. And with our recent evolution to Oceanic Network, we expect those other industries to become members and for us to grow even more. Next slide, please. Our members consist of a distribution of the following folks that you see on this slide. We have corporate level members, we have leaders, and we also have developers that work with us regularly. So that's a little bit about who we are, and certainly during the Q&A, I can take more questions or talk more about our organization as a whole if you'd like to know more about us. So I'm going to turn it over to Hunter now, who's going to do a little bit of a quick look into what we're going to be doing for you all.
Excellent. Thank you, Jacqueline. And if we can go to the next slide, please. All right, so we have pulled a few pieces of the curriculum that will be included in these upcoming trainings to give a bit of a snippet, a look into what we cover. So this is a graphic that we have that depicts the current status of the offshore wind market in the United States, as well as anticipated lease sales and anticipated additional areas of lease. So with the Carolinas, you all had an auction back in mid to late 2022. And that put you all in quite an advantageous position, seeing as how we only have about 4 confirmed lease auctions that have happened in the industry. So this is an example of a market slide, including anticipated lease sales, potential for expansions in lease areas, as well as giving a status update on them. Next slide, please. Part of the federal government's responsibility is setting renewable energy targets for the United States. And within that, we have a goal of 30 gigawatts of offshore wind production by 2030. Looking at some of the needs to actually assist the United States in reaching that milestone, we will need over 2,000 turbines and foundations, over 6,300 blades, over 7,000 miles of cables, dozens, if not several hundred US-built, US-flagged Jones Act compliant vessels, as well as a trained workforce throughout the country of anywhere from 12 to 50,000 folks. Next slide, please. Part of the Oceanic Network's job is to consistently track the market and provide updates to our members, as well as through our educational trainings. This is a summary of total investments that have been made, including in both the supply chain as well as within the projects that we have that are existing in the pipeline. So we saw about close to 10 billion be put into this industry just in the past year alone. And in order to continue to reach that 30 gigawatts by 2030 goal, as well as support states with their own individual procurement targets, we will need billions to be put in through port upgrades, supply chain investments, vessel infrastructure upgrades, whether it's repurposing vessels to make them Jones Act compliant or building out new purpose-built vessels. We're going to need a significant investment in our transmission infrastructure, as well as several hundred million for workforce development. Next slide, please. This is one of the slides that you'll see in our course. We provide overviews, including financial details, as well as development updates on all confirmed projects and confirmed auctions that have happened recently. So as I mentioned a few slides back, there was an auction in mid to late 2022 off the coast of the Carolinas in the Long Bay. So there are two active lease areas that will be up for development. And as you can see, Total, as well as Duke Energy Renewables, submitted their bids, won them for those two lease areas, drawing roughly $315 million. So a great sign for the state. Next slide, please. Getting more so into the actual objectives of the course, Offshore Wind Ready was really created as a response to feedback that we had garnered over the past several years in giving these trainings. And we found that there was a significant demand for an increased educational opportunity about manufacturing opportunities within the supply chain. So within that training, you will get an overview of all 5 phases of a project's development lifecycle. But the main focus, about an hour plus of that curriculum, will be providing an overview of component manufacturing opportunities, contracting structures, serial fabrication processes, as well as innovations and optimizations of the existing manufacturing processes, as well as component manufacturing facilities and opportunities. We'll also cover some of the onshore specifications and components, so onshore substations, cable manufacturing, additional scopes of work that could be completed onshore. We will also, for foundation to blade, I should actually include as well. Foundation to blade is a 3-day expanded version of Offshore Wind Ready. And within that, we would cover a global and a national market overview, siting and permitting. So that would include site selection, site feasibility analyses for your substation, interconnection points, grid point of interconnections, manufacturing, construction and installation, operations and maintenance, and then lastly, diversifying and getting involved. Next slide, please. We wanted to include this as an example of how the supply chain has been broken into tiers in the US offshore wind industry. So if you go from the inside of the circle out, you have the developer. They're contracting for 6 main work packages per project. And then you can expand that horizon a little bit more into each of the phases of a project's life cycle. And this is an example of scopes of work within the supply chain of each. So if you're looking at manufacturing, you're looking at manufacturing the actual components for the turbine. That could be as simple as manufacturing the screws that are going to be used for the flanges. It could be blade manufacturing, actual coatings and painting processes, array and export cable manufacturing processes, the transition piece and the foundations. Those are typically monopiles, which are steel and concrete hybrid, as well as your on and offshore substation. Next slide, please. So this slide is a zoomed out view of how the supply chain is built out at the moment for the offshore wind industry. As you can see, the supply chain is pretty reflective of where the market is as well. We've seen really the inception of this industry and market in the US begin on the East Coast, and we are seeing the supply chain follow that. As we expand more so into the Gulf of Mexico and the West Coast and start to see more utilization of floating offshore wind, we expect to see the supply chain to begin to reflect that as well. Next slide, please. This is another example slide that will be included in the course, but this is a list of component manufacturing facilities scattered throughout the East Coast, as well as some in the Gulf of Mexico. So for North Carolina, you have a cable facility in Huntersville, and then there's another cable facility down in Charleston. So those are some regional opportunities. And as you can see, once again, the supply chain and the facilities behind it do reflect where the developments are occurring. Next slide, please. All right, looking at companies that have been awarded contracts, we are seeing about 70+% of companies being US headquartered. About 20% of those companies are international with a US location, and then a smaller 5 to 10% are international with some sort of operation in the US. So we're seeing a large amount of these contracts going out to US businesses. That's what we like to see. And we will continue to see that percentage increase as states become a little bit more autonomous with their manufacturing capabilities, installation capabilities, and as we start to increase and improve our vessel infrastructure as well. Next slide, please. So before I hand it back off to Jacqueline, I just want to talk about Foundation to Blade just a little bit more. So Offshore Wind Ready, the essentials of it are that it runs from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We include several breaks, a break for lunch, but about 4 to 5 content hours. We also close out each of our trainings with a 1-hour industry roundtable discussion where we connect you all with folks who are operating in the supply chain within that relevant scope of work. So for the 16th, for the Offshore Wind Ready Manufacturing, we will be working with NCTOWERS to recruit folks who are either completing some scope of manufacturing in the state or who have some level of knowledge of manufacturing opportunities within the state. Foundation to Blade, as I mentioned a few minutes back, is really an expansion of that, and it's much more intensive and comprehensive of the actual subject matter. So Foundation to Blade is broken into those 3 days where we're covering 2 modules per day. Comes with about a 300+ page textbook, as well as additional resources that can really assist you in identifying a key market entry point. That is about it for my portion of the slides. I'm going to hand it back to Jacqueline, who's going to wrap up with an introduction of the trainer for the course, as well as some training data.
Thanks, Hunter. So we thought it would be important to talk a little bit about our experts and trainers. So the Oceanic Network has an experienced group collection of industry education trainers and experts that are at the forefront of the offshore wind industry. And we collaborate to educate stakeholders on the latest policies, market updates, and supply chain trends, as the example of that Hunter just showed us with some of those curriculum slides and talking through some of the information that can be expected in these trainings. So Esther, that is pictured here, she is actually living in North Carolina currently. So she's very excited to be the lead trainer. She has her basically, I have her bio here, but she joined the network in 2022, and she trains on offshore wind projects and how to get involved. She oversees the network's content and creates knowledge resources for both internal and external use. Before joining the network, Esther was a local representative and sales agent in the sustainability field in New Orleans, Louisiana. She worked on projects in stormwater management and green infrastructure to help combat flooding in the city. Prior to that, She gained international experience and business acumen working in professional development and both project and knowledge management in Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. There's some more information on Esther. What I'll do is I'll drop a link to our page that tells more about Esther and some of our other trainers that the other online folks can view now. And those of you that are hosting this event today can pass on to all the participants. So I would mention a little bit more about the experts that Hunter had briefly mentioned for the industry roundtable. So Oceanic Network wants to put the most knowledgeable folks in front of our participants in order to answer pressing questions they may have for their business or other reasons. So some examples of industry experts that will help us implement these trainings. We have Jim Bennett. He is recently retired from BOEM, and he was the senior advisor for the Office of Renewable Energy Programs. And BOEM is the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, who really plays a very large role in the siting and permitting phase of offshore wind. And we also have another expert. His name is Alan Duncan. He has seen projects from start to finish, which is really important to have that kind of expertise in the room. He is from Scotland, and Europe is a bit more advanced than the United States in offshore wind. So it's we think it's really helpful to learn from our international friends and partners. What did they experience, lessons learned, and advice. So Alan owns a company called Scotia Supply Chain Limited, and he is a trusted expert on our panel. We also have Mike McMahon. Mike McMahon is the Senior Supply Chain Development Manager for Ørsted in the Americas. And I could go on, but what we're trying to say here is we provide a group of very high quality experts to come to the table and answer questions and be at the disposal of our participants to make sure that they get their questions to their answers. Next slide, please. This is just I did a brief snapshot of our growth. So the chart here shows calendar year 21, 22, and 23, and our 3 courses that we offer. The Offshore Wind 101, we didn't really talk about that, but I would invite everyone in the room to go to our website. Again, that's oceanic.org, and sign up for an Offshore Wind 101. We run the Offshore Wind 101 just about every Friday of the calendar year, and it gives anyone an opportunity to join and learn a very high level overview. It's about a half-hour live synchronous webinar. The Offshore Wind Ready and the Foundation to Blade, you can see the growth for both of these programs has been immense. Offshore Wind Ready has definitely been an exponential growth, honestly. And we think that's because there's just such a need for businesses to understand how to diversify into this market, which is the training that we'll be doing in November. The Foundation of Blade is when you're ready and you're committed and you've got your business plan and you're looking for a contract, then you're going to move into that avenue. So just a little bit of a snapshot of our experience and how many deliveries we offer. We mentioned we put some success stories on here, names of companies that have had success from taking our Foundation to Blade or Offshore Wind Ready courses. I think most of them have been a participant, if all of them, Hunter, correct me if I'm wrong, have been in Foundation to Blade. And Hunter, would you mind maybe speaking to, maybe pick just two of these or even one, because we only have about 5 more minutes. So just take one of these examples and speak to, what they've been able to do.
Sure. I figured I will introduce two very briefly. Blue Wave Imagery is always one of my favorite success stories. I know the owner of that organization very well and very closely, and he came into the offshore wind industry about mid 2021 with essentially no understanding of offshore wind. He was doing maritime photography. He sat in and took our foundation to Blade that we partnered with the state of Rhode Island to deliver. And he listened intently. He made strong connections with our training team at the time. And he was very, very eager about listening for new opportunities where he can find work and where he can pick people's brains. This is an industry where folks love to share information and are truly some of the friendliest, most happy and kind people. And he was able to actually secure a contract becoming an event photographer for the network and has been able to make a full transition into the industry full time. One other business that I really do believe is critical to highlight is Strum Contracting. They are a certified MWDBE, which is a minority or women or disadvantaged business enterprise within the Mid-Atlantic region. They have about 30 years of experience in custom welding and light fabrication, and their CEO ended up sitting in on one of our courses, really developed a strong personal relationship with some of our colleagues, and they have become one of the premier organizations in the region, specializing in both complex as well as more so simple infrastructure improvements. So it could be H-pile, bridge remediation, retrofitting, other repairs, but also welding of pipes, water, sewer, steam lines. As Jackie mentioned, with time coming up, there are dozens more organizations that we could share information about. But in the interest of time, I'll leave it at just those two. But a closing thought would be there are a large number of folks within what we would consider an alumni network of our courses that we take. And they are always happy to pay the favor forward and introduce themselves and their organizations to our groups, as well as make lasting connections. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jacqueline and we'll open it up for questions.
Thanks, Hunter. So yeah, what we would recommend is attend the training coming up on November 16th to learn more. If you're very interested, consider becoming a member with Oceanic Network. It's a great way to get a seat at the table and start connecting to find out what you need to do and to start looking for contracts. So as Hunter said, we'd love to open the floor for the last couple minutes for any questions that you might have. And we would ask the host, I don't know if we'll be able to hear those in the room, to let us know what questions anyone might have.
Be able to hear. Anyone have any questions for our presenters?
I do, Madam Chair.
Kevin Day.
Thank you for the great presentation. Was wondering if you all have partnerships with entrepreneurial support organizations. I know you all teach specifically to supply chain opportunities, but do you have cause to ever connect with organizations that help small businesses in other ways to help make them, more operational and actually more equipped to take advantage of the supply chain opportunities?
Sure, I can take that one and give you a couple pieces of information on that. Is number one, we would say for sure you would want to attend our International Partnering Forum, IPF, which is going to happen the third week of April down in New Orleans, Louisiana. It is the largest offshore wind conference in the Americas, and it is a great opportunity to network. So networking and education are the way that you're going to make your way in this industry. Hunter kind of alluded to that earlier. I would also like to say that we do realize and understand that Oceanic Network can take businesses so far in these trainings and connect them to other businesses, connect them to the experts in the room, and that's wonderful. But we have found that some of the small businesses may need a little extra support to understand some of the processes and getting their business ready. So we are embarking on a pilot opportunity in the state of Maryland where we're doing just that. And that will start actually the end of this year and go into early 2024. We expect to take the outcomes of that and hopefully use that across the nation, use that model across the nation in order to help small businesses get some of the resources and information they need in order to get to that next step. Hopefully that answers your question.
How do we find out how the Maryland effort went?
I would, I'm going to put my contact information, and I would ask that the host share my contact information. Please connect with me directly and we can stay in touch. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn, and I would be happy to stay in touch with anyone who's interested in how that goes and what we do with that program moving forward.
All right, thank you. Do we have other questions or comments for Jacqueline or Hunter?
Marquita?
Steve Calland.
Just a quick one. So I'm with the North Carolina State folks here, run the Clean Energy Technology Center. One of the things we do is we run the State Energy Conference of North Carolina. We have managed to schedule it exactly opposite your event, the IPF, for 3 years in a row now. So I'm just wondering, do you publish your 2025 date somewhere in advance? Right now?
Why don't you reach out to me directly and I'll see if I can get you that information.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely.
Jacqueline, we'll be sure to share your information. And Hunter mentioned Strum Contracting. You may recall Tierra Strum, president of Strum Contracting, presented to our task force last year. And I think, I don't know whether it was once or twice. I know she did, I think, at our May meeting. And happy to invite her back. She has an incredible story and one of the great successes that you guys have introduced to this industry. So we appreciate the work that you're doing, and we're looking forward to our partnership to offer the classes we have scheduled for this year and next year for our businesses here in North Carolina. Any other questions while we have Jacqueline and Hunter? All right, we thank you so much for joining us and giving us a sneak peek of what these manufacturers and other companies will learn from the training that's being provided. First one being November 16th, the other ones to be announced, but they will be in 2024. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Marquita. Thank you all. Bye.
All right. And we'll see you in New Orleans, as they say.
That's right. See you in New Orleans.
All right, we're moving on to status updates and activities of North Carolina offshore wind leases. Joining us in person, our own Jen Banks. And you know, Jen is Total Energy's Permitting and Development Director for North Carolina. She focuses on expanding relationships in the state and advancing efforts to develop the company's Carolina Long Bay lease area. So Jen has been engaged in many facets of the offshore wind industry since 2007. So we have our own Jen Banks. Also joining us is Megan Higgins, Senior Director of New Project Development. Megan supports the U.S. offshore wind development business for Iberdrola Group through Avangrid Renewables. Specifically, Megan leads the development team for the Kitty Hawk Wind Project right here in North Carolina. Megan has more than 20 years of experience in environmental resource management, planning, and regulatory permitting related to ocean governance and renewable energy projects in New England and along the Atlantic and Pacific coast. So we thank you both for joining us. Megan is with us virtually. Megan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Oh,
we
sorry, I
can
didn't
hear
realize
you.
That was my cue to begin. Is that
I can
it?
hear you, and I'm not sure who's presenting first, Megan. So Megan, you're up first. The floor is yours.
Okay. I had sent my PowerPoint to Nicole, but do you want me to present?
All right, Megan, let's see if you can you hear us still?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Turning it over to you, Megan.
Okay. Sorry, I just need a moment because I was under the impression my PowerPoint would be shared from there, but I will quickly bring it up. Oh, it is there. Okay, perfect. Apologies for that. Great. Okay. Okay. Thank you all for the invitation to speak with NCTOWERS today, and thanks for everyone attending this project update meeting. My name, as was mentioned, is Megan Higgins. I am the Senior Director for New Offshore Wind Project Development for Avangrid, as well as the Project Director of the Kitty Hawk Wind Project. And today I will be discussing in more detail updates with regard to the Kitty Hawk project. My goals for today's presentation are to familiarize the participants with Avangrid as a renewable energy developer and describe the development steps taken by Avangrid for the Kitty Hawk Wind Project after we successfully executed the lease with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in 2017. More project information may be found on kittyhawkoffshore.com, and I would encourage anyone who would like to learn more about the project to do so by accessing the website as well as a virtual self-guided open house, which provides more information on the project. Next slide, please. Kitty Hawk is wholly owned by Avangrid, whose parent company is Iberdrola. Iberdrola, if you are unfamiliar, is a global energy company, the #1 producer of wind power and one of the world's biggest electricity utilities. This graphic, as you can see, represents Iberdrola's global offshore wind pipeline with 1.3 gigawatts in operation, with another 5.5 gigawatts under construction. In addition to those in development and under construction, Iberdrola has an additional global pipeline of 18 gigawatts. We are fortunate here in the United States, as you can see from the left-hand side of the graphic, to bring a multinational team of experts to collaborate on our US projects. And as you can see here, those projects are off the coast of Massachusetts as well as North Carolina. Next slide, please. Avangrid is a US energy company with solar, wind, and offshore wind projects in 24 states, as this graphic represents. Our offshore wind division consists of almost 200 people, primarily based in Boston and Bridgeport, Connecticut, as well as with members in Virginia and Cape Cod. The company delivers 2 lines of business: Avangrid Networks, which owns 8 electric and gas utilities, and Avangrid Renewables, which is where I sit, which owns and operates over 8 gigawatts of wind, onshore wind and solar, as well as a potential of 5 gigawatts for offshore wind. The company is headquartered in Connecticut. However, we have a well-established presence in the US and operate projects throughout the US, including North Carolina. And in North Carolina, the Desert Wind Farm, or Amazon Wind Farm, which is an onshore wind project, is operating and generating over 200 megawatts. It was the first large wind farm in the southeastern United States when it came online at the end of 2016. Additionally, I will make mention of one project off of Massachusetts, which we are very proud and excited about. It's the Vineyard Wind 1 project, and Avangrid is a joint venture partner with another company, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. And that project is currently under construction with the wind turbine generators in place and spinning as we speak. So it's an exciting time here in New England for sure. Next slide, please. So turning our focus to the Kitty Hawk Wind project, I first want to make mention that this lease area was acquired back in 2017 as part of a federal auction orchestrated by the Department of Interior's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And that auction was a competitive one, and Avangrid won that federal lease area for $9 million, which is extremely inexpensive compared to what some of the existing leases are auctioning for, such as in New York. So this process was a culmination of a 4-year intergovernmental stakeholder process, which resulted in the Kitty Hawk location, as you can see from the graphic there that is depicting the lease area. It is in federal waters, 36 miles off of Virginia Beach and 27 miles east of North Carolina. And the way that this project is being developed, it's being developed in 2 phases with the capacity to generate 3.5 gigawatts of power, which is enough to energize over 1 million homes. So our major federal permit, which is the construction and operations plan, has been engineered in 2 different potential options for Kitty Hawk North and Kitty Hawk South. So in the comp, as it's called for Kitty Hawk North, the interconnection site, as you can see from this graphic, is Virginia Beach specifically, whereas in North Carolina, the optionality that was included in the COP is Virginia and or North Carolina. So those are the two areas that we're looking at now. As I mentioned, we acquired the lease in 2017, and prior to the construction activities, which will occur for Kitty Hawk North no sooner than 2026, and for South no sooner than 2028, we undertook extensive environmental assessment activities, including putting out met ocean buoys in the lease area to collect information on wind speeds, water depth, temperature, you name it, as well as very intensive geophysical and geotechnical surveys to determine the seabed characteristics, as well as the offshore export cable corridor locations. Our team has been working on this project, as I mentioned, since 2017, and we are continuing with the federal, state, and local permitting processes affiliated with both projects. And I'm trying to think what else for this one. Yeah, next slide, please. So in terms of the benefits to both Virginia and North Carolina, the projects, and when I say projects, meaning Kitty Hawk North and Kitty Hawk South, the projects will both be supporting the state's clean energy goals. And as was mentioned in the previous talk, there is an enormous potential for workforce development, training programs. We're partnering with some of the local community colleges to show what it's like to be offshore. We're partnering with Mama on an offshore wind simulator, so you can actually go in there and drive a vessel through varying conditions where a wind farm might be located. There are also local and state benefits because of the construction and operation of the substations, for example. So there are tax revenue benefits. In North Carolina, we are currently looking at the routing for both offshore and onshore. which will ultimately inform the permitting to do further surveys, both onshore and offshore. And we're also working on an economic development study for the various phases. And that economic impact study will be part of the supplemental filings for the construction and operations plans. Next slide, please. In Virginia, the updates that I just wanted to present today with regard to Kitty Hawk North, we completed a shallow geotechnical survey to support the permitting for the ultimate decision from the federal government, which is called the Record of Decision. And that information will be incorporated by our engineers into what's called the MSIR, the Marine Site Investigation Report. So that was done just this summer, as a matter of fact, looking at the inter-array cables between the turbines, as well as the landing location for the export cable. To do that survey, as well as prior surveys, we have been working very closely in coordination with the DoD, NASA. There's some radar implications with regard to the lease location. NOAA, NIMS, avoiding any marine mammals that might be in the area during any survey activities, as well as the Army Corps and fisheries interests. We're also working very closely with the City of Virginia Beach council members, as well as stakeholders in the area where we're looking to land our export cable. And we're working with the council members to gain site control for an easement to land our cable. And one of the things that I point out to the council members as well as stakeholders are these two photos, which are photos taken for the Vineyard Wind 1 project, showing prior to construction and then after construction. So there are cables underneath that parking lot, but as the after photo shows, the transition from onshore export cables to the offshore are underground in what's called transition joint bays located under the parking lot. So nothing is above ground and clearly cannot be seen above ground. We're also working with Governor Youngkin's staff on reintroducing competitive procurement legislation for offshore wind, giving our company as well as future companies for the Central Atlantic lease option a way to sell power to the state of Virginia and make the atmosphere more inviting for other developers to provide power other than just Dominion Energy. So we're working with the governor's administrative staff on that, as well as ongoing federal, state, and local permitting activities. In total, there will be approximately 27 local, state, and federal permits or approvals that need to be obtained prior to the construction of any of these projects. So it's a long haul, and we're still working on many of those initiatives. And as we do with all projects, we are continuing to engage stakeholders from all levels, as I mentioned, federal government, military, as well as, and most importantly, the communities that will be directly affected by the construction of the project. Next slide, please. With regard to Kitty Hawk South, we are planning to conduct further surveys to support our offshore cable routing. And we have looked at over 30 landfall locations in North Carolina, which were narrowed down to 4 based on previously disturbed lands, such as parking lots and roadways, which is where the landing location in Virginia is. It's a parking lot, as well as the Vineyard Wind 1 project. We're also looking to avoid any environmental constraints, such as wetlands and any rare species. We certainly don't want to impact any of those sensitive areas. And we're also looking at a route that will be close to a load center for interconnection to the existing electrical grid. So that point of interconnection that we're looking at right now is Havelock in Craven County. So working, as you can see from this slide, we have held numerous meetings, open houses, informational sessions with the folks in these various areas around North Carolina. And the purpose of engaging those individuals was to solicit feedback on the onshore route, whether or not going through certain areas made sense from economic development perspective, environmental perspective, as I just mentioned, as well as a whole host of factors. So we are still continuing to engage with those stakeholders, and we have in-person open houses that are ongoing, planned for the beginning of next year, which I can certainly provide more information on. So we're continuing with the permitting process as well. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Do we
Thank
have any
you.
questions before we move on to Jen Banks? Or do we have any questions regarding the Kitty Hawk project, Avangrid's project from anyone? Steve? Steve Calland.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering, could you talk a little bit more about the legislation that you're working on for competitive procurement in Virginia and what form that might take? Can you give any more information at this point?
Sure. If you recall, Governor Youngkin did introduce an amendment last legislative session, which was a very short session, and it failed at the Senate level. But it would be, as I mentioned, competitive procurement from an independent power producer to solicit competition among developers for the offtake of offshore wind. It would be to satisfy the second tranche for the Virginia Clean Economy Act, because right now it's requiring Dominion to supply 2.5 gigawatts, but the entire act is looking at 5.2. So it would be competitively soliciting another off-taker for that remainder of the capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Megan? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Megan, for giving us that
Thank you.
update. It was very
Sure.
informative, and I think our members learned some things that will be helpful as we move forward in our planning.
Great.
This time
Thank you. You're welcome.
we'll turn it over to Jen Banks. Again, Jen is with Total Energies.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here again. I don't know if you recall last year, my second week on the job, I think I was speaking with all of you along with Mark. So glad to be here again. Thanks for the invite. So I am here to tell everyone about the activities that we've been doing on our lease and those activities that we've been doing in conjunction with Duke Energy as well. So as you saw from a previous slide, and you'll see here again, we are neighbors in the ocean. We have leases right next to each other that were awarded last year. And we have been doing a lot of our pre-development activities in conjunction with each other. So we've been doing our outreach, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along. I am happy to share with you guys all of the exciting things that we've done this year. Mark is here as well. If there's questions from the Duke side, he can jump in and help me with those questions. But I won't dwell on this because I know you guys have seen this so many times. So in reference to our communications activities, we are partnering on the outreach that we've done to fishing communities and other maritime groups. We do have separate fisheries communications plans that we submitted drafts of last year. We've gotten updates to those, and they are being put onto our website. They have been available to anyone for the last several months. We have been doing fisheries engagement. Actually, our new fisheries liaison is here today, and he just started. So Albie Solana, if you guys have a chance to chat with him, that would be great. And so along those same lines, we have Sylvan Reba here, who's our project director. It's his first time at NCTOWERS, so everyone make sure you say hi. So we've also done joint outreach to the agencies. So we've held quarterly agency meetings this year jointly with Duke Energy. And we have another one coming up just in a few weeks for those of you who are with agencies. You'll have that on your calendar. You already do have that on your calendar. We look forward to talking with you. You'll see a lot of the same things we're talking about here today because we have a lot of fun stuff that we've been working on and want to share it with as many people as we can. In addition to the agency engagement and the fisheries engagement, we've also been doing Native American tribal communications and engaging with tribes at the state and federal level. So we have a Native American tribes communications plan that we created last year. We have shared that with the tribes, requested feedback, gotten some feedback. And we just this morning released an updated version of that tribal communications plan to the state and federal tribes. Excuse me. And that's not yet on our website, but it will be. So what I'm happy to talk with you guys about today are the activities that we've been doing this year to prepare for our site assessment plan. So as a reminder, the site assessment plan is what allows us to put meteorological buoys or other site characterization equipment in our lease area. We are doing this in conjunction with Duke. So we held surveys jointly with Duke over the summer. And those surveys were to characterize the areas where we plan to place buoys. We're planning to do a floating LiDAR buoy, one in each of the leases, and then also to do an environmental buoy in a third location. And if you look here, there's 5 locations on the map, but we ended up surveying A, B, and C. So A will be a FLIDAR, B will be the environmental buoy, and C will be the other FLIDAR. So those are 2 FLIDARs that are centrally located in each lease area. And the third buoy allows us to have passive acoustic monitors. If we have 3 of those in the lease areas, then we're able to triangulate and localize for the sounds. So those listen for the sounds that marine mammals make. We also have other equipment, and I think I have a slide later on that goes into that more, so I'll wait to give you some details on the other equipment that we plan to have on the buoys. So we were able to carry out surveys this year in August. The survey activities happened August, well, it says 15th through 24th here. That's sort of encompassing all of the travel and mobilization and demobilization. Our survey activities actually happened August 18th through 21st. It was a very short time frame, just doing 300-meter square boxes around those areas. We were able to use a North Carolina company to do this survey. So we had Geodynamics as the company that was carrying out the surveys. That's their vessel, the Shackleford. And we also had protected species observers. I'll talk about that a little bit more. And offshore fisheries liaison represented by RPS Group. So for these surveys, as I mentioned, they were 300-meter square boxes on each of the areas where the buoys would be located. We had side scan sonar, multi-beam, magnetometer, actually gradiometer, and sub-bottom profiler. So basically all of these together give you an image. Well, they do different things, but they give you an image of what's on the seafloor. So we could see if there's shipwrecks. We could see if there's potential cultural artifacts or cultural landscapes. We didn't get too deep in terms of the penetration into the seabed, but we did basically the area of interest or area of impact for the buoys, which is pretty minimal, down to about 10 feet depth into the sediment. Luckily, we were able to use desktop studies and other resources that we had to make sure that we were surveying areas that were pretty boring. Boring is good when you're putting things out there. And so we did confirm that we had picked very boring areas that had no potential cultural artifacts or, potential anomalies that we would be concerned about. So we also were able to do a little bit of benthic work. We did benthic grabs and video transects, which are able to sort of help characterize the habitats and the species that we see in the area. So for this, we talked someone who's standing on the vessel at all times that we're transiting and ensuring that there are no marine mammals or protected species in our path. If there are, then we have very specific actions that we have to take in order to avoid them or not to bother them, essentially. We also elected to commit to a 10-knot speed restriction. And this is something that is recommended by some of the NGOs for the right whales because they move very slowly. And if you're moving slower on your vessel, then you have an opportunity to slow down for them. So I think that's the key thing. We did have some shout outs from the Natural Resources Defense Council and Southern Environmental Law Center and others who helped us come up with these mitigation procedures who were pleased with what we were doing at the time. So hope to continue those relationships as well. Again, pretty boring in terms of what our protected species observers saw. I mean, it's not that boring if you're out there and you get to see dolphins because that's always fun. But dolphins are the only thing that we saw during our surveys. And so no protected species were cited during our surveys at all, which is good news. We were only out there for 3 days, so it's not really expected that we would see that much. But it was a good exercise for us as well in terms of using the protected species observers, which when we do more advanced surveys in future years, we would be required to have them. So gives us an opportunity to sort of get our feet wet with dealing with the PSOs as well. So I know that we may be running short on time here, but I'll try and zip through this and we can make these slides available. So if people have questions, then I'm happy to talk about it later on as well. So this is a lot of the details of exactly what we're planning on putting on the floating LiDAR buoys. So we will have the data that collects, or excuse me, the LiDAR will collect data on the wind resource, and it gives you the wind resource up to hub height, which is really important for us in terms of the design of the project. And then we're also collecting some water quality parameters. We'll have the waves and water temperature, salinity, things like that, that will help us to characterize the area. And then, as I mentioned before, we'll have the passive acoustic monitors to listen for marine mammals, and we'll have fish detectors, which will listen for tagged fish species. And that's also an opportunity. Some people who do that type of research have told us that they're interested in having further conversations about tagging more fish so we can find out exactly what's happening with some of those species in our area. This is our environmental buoy, which again is mainly a third location for a passive acoustic monitor, but also gives us an opportunity to put some more equipment out there in order to collect information. The bat monitor, so listening for bats. And again, the fish tag receivers and some sensors for some water quality parameters as well. So upcoming activities, we are submitting a joint site assessment plan between Duke Energy and Total Energies. We are in the final stages of that, so we expect to submit that in the next week or two. And we're also in the middle of a call for tender for the buoys so that we can select a contractor and get moving on that. I will say, just as a reminder for the site assessment plan, BOEM has confirmed and reaffirmed that their time frame as of right now for reviewing a site assessment plan is 5 to 8 months. So if we submit that this month, then we're looking probably at getting an approval from BOEM by June of next year. And then we'll determine at that point, when a buoy deployment might occur based on contractor availability, vessel availability, and all that. Again, fisheries outreach is ongoing, agency outreach is ongoing, tribal outreach is ongoing. We're also planning to do a mooring design review with the Coast Guard. That's actually kind of built into the SAP process, but they've specifically told us that they're very interested in that. So we will make sure to facilitate their review. And then the other thing that I haven't mentioned that we'll put onto the buoys, and this is a lease requirement, is the MODIS. And so that's a bird tracker. And that will be on the buoy. It will be on both of the LiDAR, floating LiDAR buoys, in order to understand what birds are transiting through the area, essentially. And we're coordinating closely with the agencies on that as well. I think that's it for me. But yeah, just the main message here is that, we've gotten a lot done over the last year in conjunction with Duke Energy. And so we're excited to be here and share that with y'all, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jen. Any questions for Jen? I did learn 2 new things: LiDAR, light detection and radar, and the MODIS, you mentioned the bird tracking. Okay. Any questions for Jen regarding the Carolina Long Bay lease area?
What?
Steve, I know you have a question. Speak it out loud so we can all hear, please.
I noticed you have bats in this. Thought I heard bats as far out.
So generally, it's safe to say there's no bats out there, but they can be out there. They do go out there sometimes, depending on the weather conditions. Sometimes they can kind of get pushed out there. And there's some endangered species in North Carolina and South Carolina. So it's really just to it's more of a gut check to make sure, no, we don't see them out there. Yep.
All right, Jennifer.
I'll just squeeze right here. Thanks, Jen. So you said that BOEM's taking 5 to 8 months to review SAPs. What is the ideal season or time for the installation of the buoys for y'all?
Summer is the best time. I mean, that's the best time to be offshore in general. What goes into a final timeline for us is more complicated in terms of, there's also potentially a 6-month-ish time period to wait to have a buoy ready for you. So there's sort of, making sure that you're lining up all of the things that need to be done. It's one of those things where once we're getting closer to the BOEM approval, we'll have an idea that it's coming, and then we'll start planning for, are we in the season? Can we make the season? Is it the next season? All of those questions will be dealt with at the time. And then, we will, obviously, we have quarterly discussions with the agencies and others. So a lot of you here and anyone who's interested in getting more regular updates is welcome to reach out to us, just to keep updated on where things are. Yep.
Carly,
Sorry, I don't know if you covered this already, but how long do you expect the buoys to collect that data and be deployed for?
So it's not entirely determined how long they'll be out there. So we need a year's worth of data for the wind resource specifically. And, 1 to 2 years could be great. There is some benefit in leaving the buoys out and collecting additional data. That's something that can be done. There is value even, to leave them throughout the life of a project. But at this point, we don't know. At this point, we certainly need it out there in order to collect the data that we need for design purposes, and then we'll reevaluate.
Thank you.
And if I can just jump in here, just
the questions for Jen? Comments? No. Jen, thank you so much for that update.
Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it. So we do like to know who was in the room, as the saying goes. I'd like to welcome Representative Celeste Cairns, who joined us. You came at an opportune time to get an update on the 2 lease areas in our state. So I hope you found that information helpful for you. If you would like to make any comments, you're welcome. No. Well, thank you for joining us. I know that you joined us when we had our meeting in Raleigh also. We had an opportunity to stop in, so we appreciate you checking in on us from time to time. All right. Well, we're open for comments, questions, any general thoughts from the task force members on anything you've heard today, anything you'd like to hear about at an upcoming meeting. I know you're doing a lot of behind the scenes work in your various subcommittees, but anything anyone want to talk about right now? Yes, Secretary Gaskin.
Yes, surely can hear me. I've heard a lot about locations of and all of the planning that the various doing in the committees. But what I haven't heard about is the security of these platforms, and knowing that they are in the gray area between where the Coast Guard ends and the Navy takes over. I'm wondering if these organizations take into consideration that in their planning.
Jen, can you speak to that at all?
All right, can you hear me? Yeah.
And I'm not sure if Megan is still on. I think Megan is still on
Yes.
as well. So
Can
Megan,
you see
also,
me
if
and
you
hear me?
have some comments after Jen.
Sure.
Yes. So, the turbines are in federal waters, and the Coast Guard does oversee portions of what we're doing in terms of requiring specific lighting and marking for vessels so that they can see that the turbines are there and avoid them. And also, there's a whole navigational safety risk assessment that we do at the construction operations plan phase, where we answer all sorts of questions for the Coast Guard in terms of where the turbines are, what sort of precautions we have in place if there's radar out there, if, what would happen if there was a search and rescue in the area to facilitate the Coast Guard to do that. So there, there's that side of it that we deal with the Coast Guard. We also deal with the DoD and the Navy and others in the military realm. We have to go through what's called the DoD Siting Clearinghouse, and that is where we take our project to them and say, this is what we're planning, and they evaluate whether it is compatible with missions or if there's concerns that they have. So they have multiple bites at the apple, honestly, in terms of their review. So they review at the lease stage where BOEM's saying we want to put projects or potentially put projects in these areas. And the DoD and the military comes in and says, these areas are off limits, and we won't tell you why sometimes, but they're off limits. And so those areas are kind of taken out, and then we continue going to them and saying, okay, now we're talking about this. Once we're talking about corridors, we talk with the Navy about the export cable corridors and make sure that there's a whole Office of Naval Seafloor Protection. And so we deal with them in terms of where those go. So I realize there's some sort of jurisdictional concerns, but for the most part, we're engaging fully with all of the agencies throughout the process. So I don't really see a gap in what's what we're sharing and what they're providing us with feedback. But happy to discuss it. I mean, if you want to, like we can talk about it later.
I was fully aware of the concerns we have from the strategic line of sight interference with military missions. I'm more concerned about the special operators who have to protect these structures. As a part, in one of my former jobs as commander, I had a G-Blat, we call them, to protect the oil rigs from sabotage, et cetera. I was just wondering if in planning these locations, are we engaging with DoD for protection of these?
Yes, I mean, we're talking with them in terms of the radar interference that we could provide, and they look at it in that perspective too, in terms of could it be a target? Are they able to adequately surveil the area? And one of the options that is available, they basically say these are all the radars that are in the area. You're, 12% in this area and 2% in this area, and you can put another radar out there that can help to look past it in order for them to help provide the, surveillance and oversight for those. But happy to talk with you more about it if you'd like.
You're going to get physical security. Like somebody goes and plants a charge on a turbine. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your coordination around physical security. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. Mark, anything else you want to add from Duke's perspective?
No, I think Jen did a great job.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to say, when a project is in operations, there's people out there all the time watching it. There's a command center that's got eyes on it. That's what's happening with each turbine. Are they, down for maintenance? Are they coming back up? Things like that. So I know Duke has a whole command center in Charlotte that's looking at their land-based assets, and they have video feeds, and they know if a single person comes near things. So it's that same sort of thing would be implemented for a project.
Well, one thing that I can do, if it would be helpful, so folks are generally familiar with Block Island. I believe we're still the 24/7 monitor of that Block Island facility through our control center in Charlotte. Seeing as that's the only operational offshore wind farm in the United States, if there is some coordination with DoD on physical security, stands to reason that there's been conversations about that facility. So I'll take that as an action.
Well,
Chair.
that might be sorry, I'm not sure if this is on. That might be a good question for the Dominion team too, just because they do have their 2 turbines and they're a little bit further ahead in the process, but they might have an answer for that specific to their pilot turbines. So I'm happy to make that connection.
And we can touch bases with John White, who's on our task force, perhaps to speak to that as well.
And I'm sure Dave Below would be happy to share any expertise there as well.
Absolutely. Megan Higgins, thank you for staying with us. Is anything you want to add to any of the questions that have been posed?
I would echo what Jen's assessment is with regard to DoD coordination, and something to keep in mind, and certainly has been Avangard's experience, is that it is an iterative process. And back to the gentleman's question, there will be security certainly during construction activities. So the area will be cordoned off, so no passage of vessels, military or otherwise, would be allowed through the area. But with regard to operations, Jen hit it spot on. There certainly will be a command center. I had the good fortune of visiting one of Iberdrola's assets in Germany and got to see that command center for one of our offshore projects. So it's very real time. So I wouldn't, in my mind, there's no concern or no guessing with regard to any interference with operations.
Thank you. No? Any further questions or comments from the task force? Steve Calland. We love you, Steve Calland.
So I have to admit, somebody else might be putting me up to this question, but while we've got our industry partners in the room, I was just curious, kind of an elephant in the room, if you will, has been some of the announcements recently of some of the market turbulence for the offshore wind sector. And we saw some of that come to a head yesterday with Ørsted. I was just wondering if any of our industry partners could make any kind of comments on, that discussion and what potential impacts are for our conversations here in North Carolina as we move forward. I know Jennifer Munt had indicated that she had some thoughts, but I thought maybe either Carly on behalf of the SEWC or some of our industry partners that are on the meeting today might want to comment.
Not to pressure any of our industry folks.
I'm always the
but,
subtle guy in the room, I know.
Yeah. Would anyone like to speak to that?
Madam Chair, I can take a stab at it. I just asked our industry friends, and I don't think that they have no comment.
That's what I thought.
And so Steve, I think you shared, maybe I heard it in your voice, but I think what could be articulated from most of us here around this table is some just general disappointment about the announcement from Ørsted yesterday about their cancellation of Ocean Wind 1 and 2 off the coast of New Jersey. And honestly, to my mind, I think that is very much the result of macroeconomic influences, severe supply chain constraints, and the very long duration it takes to get these projects permitted. And so Ocean Wind 1 and 2, those were leased and permitted in the late 2010s. And those contracts for energy procurement were issued at about that time. In the ensuing years, we've seen mass disruption to supply chains. We've all been through, and hopefully beyond, a global pandemic and everything that's come with it. And so all of these macroeconomic influences have really come to bear on this nascent industry in the US. We talked about before, we don't have a domestic supply chain to support production of cost-effective and cost-feasible products to support this industry right now. We have to import the bulk of the materials, the equipment, for all of our domestic production, which is good because, there's construction happening right now up in the Northeast, but it is contingent on being built overseas, put on a boat, subject to weather and the whims of this global economy, and coming over here and being installed. So I think that we're just in a really rough time right now. The outcome with Ørsted is incredibly unfortunate, but I think ultimately those projects will be built, just maybe not in the time frame that we had all hoped and projected to see them built. Same thing goes for Commonwealth. Same thing goes for the 3 projects that the New York Public Utilities Commission decided not to renegotiate earlier this month because of or because they were projected to be overly costly. Those projects will all happen because they need to happen. We need to develop offshore wind to meet our carbon reduction goals, to mitigate this climate crisis. These will happen. We're just in a really rough patch. And so that's my assessment.
Yeah, that was kind of my assessment as well. And I guess, if there's a silver lining, I'm not sure that there is one, but if there is a silver lining, maybe the chaos that we're seeing actually creates both more pressure for more supply chain investment in this country and allows the critical mass of all of this investment, at least on the timeline side, to shift south a little bit.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Maybe
And
it's moving forward and we have other projects moving forward.
I could not agree more. And I think it really opens up opportunities for North Carolina that might not have been available previously. And I don't think that those constraints are impacting us right now. We are, I talked about a couple years ago how we were in a Goldilocks spot right now. Not too soon, not too late, we're just the right time. Our neighbors to the north are experiencing being there too soon. And so we can leverage what we're learning from that and make better choices, better decisions for our own benefit.
Thank you, Jennifer and Steve, for those comments. And, those points are exactly why the work we're doing is so important and our focus on the manufacturing sector right here in North Carolina. We have companies here that are fully capable of supporting this industry, which is why we are offering these trainings with an emphasis on manufacturing to make our manufacturing companies here aware of what's available and to learn about the opportunities and how to pivot and make the introductions and connections to the extent we have them, but certainly they can create their own. But again, it's why the work that we're doing is so important. As one developer said to me, we're going to do this, and whether we get it from you or China, we're going to do it. It costs a lot more coming from China because of transport, but we can do it right here. And so I thank you for the work that you're doing on the subcommittees to make sure that we're getting the message out, that we're communicating, and that we're building the supply chain up to the extent that we can support it. Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to jump in real quick. Steve, I'm really glad that you mentioned that. And I echo everything that Jennifer and Marquita and Steve said. And I think it's just really important to remember we're in a very different world than we were in 2016, 2017 when these PPAs were originally negotiated. But I also want to piggyback off of what Jennifer said about creating opportunities. This is a learning experience, and there are a lot of things that kind of led up to this macroeconomic situation that are going to change moving forward. And also offshore wind is not the only industry facing these issues. It's the one we're hearing about right now for a lot of reasons, but there's a lot of industries that are facing these economic headwinds. So I think that's really important to remember. I also, to just kind of connect back to what Marquita just said about our work and why it's so important, and why we need to keep doing what we're doing. I think the opportunity that exists with these announcements that are coming out of the Northeast, they are balanced with some wins. New York just had a really great announcement last week, and Ørsted is taking this opportunity to step away from Ocean Wind and Ocean 2, but put a renewed focus on their other projects, and to make sure they do have a viable project and they can take some steps forward. But all that is to say that, I think we've been up till now, we've been at a point where we've been able to kind of piggyback off the success of development or potential development and the leases and all of these projects coming to fruition to build the supply chain and workforce message. And I think now we're kind of at the point where we need to support development and remind people that to capture all these economic opportunities and to be involved in the supply chain and bring the jobs and bring the economic opportunities, we need to be aligned as leaders and policymakers and as members of this task force to support development along the way. We're having all the right conversations in this room about offshore wind, workforce, and supply chain manufacturing, but I just want to make sure that as we think about our how we want to plug in to this industry moving forward, that we're not forgetting that we're at an uncertain place with development off the coast of North Carolina, but we're also at an uncertain place with development in the Northeast, and we're not going to have that opportunity if development doesn't happen. So I do think it's really important for us to have conversations about what is going on with Ørsted and what's going on in the Northeast, so we can better understand how we can get aligned and have this larger conversation about creating development certainty to then ensure that we are creating the supply chain and jobs and manufacturing certainty.
Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Carly. Any other comments or thoughts, questions? I'm getting that look. Okay, again, as always, thank you to each and every task force member for the work that you're doing, not only in this room, and you don't hear, for those who are not on the task force, you don't always hear everything that's going on, but everyone in here is working really hard, and these subcommittees are really working behind the scenes to pull a lot of the things together that are necessary to move North Carolina forward position North Carolina as a key player in this industry. It is a very nascent industry here, but there is a lot of opportunity here. It's a lot cheaper to ship supplies from North Carolina to New Jersey, New York, or Maine than it is from China to New Jersey, New York, or Maine. So great opportunity for companies right here in this state. And whether it's one of the projects with Carolina Long Bay or Kitty Hawk that are still under development, or whether it's any of the other projects across the U.S., we have companies right here that can manufacture. Remember, we said there are more than 8,000 component parts that go into making up a wind tower. We have companies right here in the state that can create a lot of those parts. And we hope that we can continue with this work to really make North Carolina prosper, the people that live here have job opportunities. But there's a lot of work still to be done ahead of us, and we appreciate your commitment, so thank you. With that, you're not free to go because, as always, we like to conclude with a group photo. So if you would please join us. I think, Carly, have you set us up outside again? So we are unofficially concluded. As far as the actual recording of this meeting, thank you. The meeting is adjourned. We will convene for our photo, and we ask